This video is intended purely to communicate information in accordance with the right of free speech.
Any advice given is a suggestion, and anyone seeking such advice should consult a competent professional.
All statements made in this video are my own honest opinion, and they do not represent any other person or body. As such, sharing matters covered in this video is in public interest.
Before we start the video, I'd like to take this chance to thank the members. Take it away, Pastish. Okay, thank you to the members. We've got In the Gremlins, we got Tarika Strudwick, we got Rutro Rachel, we got Lynn Wee, we got Lisa Hans, we got The Eclectic Myanmar. And then in the ghost level, we got Katie Murph and Demi. I saw Katie Murph in a chat the other day. I was like, oh my God, I see Demi all the time as well. And other people, of course. But I was like, oh my God, I never see Katie Murph. So I was excited to see Katie in the wild. I think it's in Julie Joe's or DC or Erin. They're the only lives I'll watch. Okay, thanks, members.
Hi, fancy meeting you here in this little old place. I'm Tish, and this is Echo Echo. What? I'm not doing anything differently, right? I'm like staring at the screen more than the camera a little bit. Ooh, the nails. Oof, 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 the nails. Let me hold them still. They are so good. You can't see the holographic thing, but they're like a green holographic. They're so good. Oof, damn. Anyway, we're here because covering another Australian person, not, we've already covered her, but 2 Australian videos in a row rarely do that. I am sorry if you don't like my Australian content, but Kristie Xord really peed me off the other day. Can't swear this early, just gotta wait a little bit longer. And the hat, I don't know if you can recall, you've seen the hat before. There is lights on it, and it used to have like a rainbow, but it's wearable art and it's half deconstructed. So this is the deconstruction, and I need to like get it back together because there was like, ow, clouds, wings. This was on. There were 2 wings though, and I don't know where the other one went. Anyway, Kristie Xord the other day really pissed me off. Where's that screenshot? I tried to make a TikTok about it. TikTok has changed the way they do shit. I was really annoying. I'm pro-birth, anti-vaxxation, but anti-vax, all about home birthing, unschooling, world schooling, anti-9 to 5 and no tax. Now watch the friends list go up or down. I just double-checked, she's got the same amount of likes and comments. And yeah, I think this is ridiculous because she talks about being a powerful woman and a feminist so much, and to be saying she's pro-Trump, fuck all the way off. We don't need their shit here. I don't care. Like I said, don't vax your kids, but don't bring them around other kids. See, that's the thing. Everybody's always like, oh, if you're all into body autonomy for like having an abortion, then it's the same as having a vaccine. No, not for a disease. You can't catch getting pregnant from another person unless like you can get it from one other person, but you can't spread it to other people unless there is sexual contact. So it's not the same. We as world citizens have some responsibilities to other people. And so being anti-vax is one of the most selfish fucking things in the entire world. Unless you are immunocompromised and you cannot have it, you're a selfish asshole. And we are still living in a world where COVID exists, and a lot of people don't know about long COVID. It's a really, really serious problem. It is causing people, you don't have COVID as such. You're susceptible to other things. Like there's a lot of, there's chronic fatigue and things that affect, like you're more susceptible to like strokes and things like that. And yeah, it's something that people are not thinking about. because they're fucking selfish and they're not willing to wear a mask or get a vaccination which was researched quickly and put out to the world as quickly as they could and safely. It's safe. Yeah, so be anti-vax, right? That's fine. You don't want that. You don't want the shot. There are consequences. There's consequences for your body autonomy. Okay. If I have an abortion, which I have had a termination when I was I just graduated from university. I was in a relationship for less than 2 months. The man was abusive and ended up assaulting me. And I didn't have a place to live. I was just about to start a new job somewhere else and from where I was living. And yeah, so I had an abortion. Never regretted it, never have felt bad about it because it was the wrong time. However, if I was a Christian, there would be consequences for that. I would not be going to heaven or whatever, and that's my choice. I chose to have an abortion. And another side effect from having an abortion is that you can not be fertile. I don't have children. It's not been an issue. I didn't set out to have no children. I wanted to be married before I had a child, and I am not married. And I'm 47 now, so I can't imagine having children now. Anyway, there are consequences. Don't have the shot, whatever, but there are consequences. So, I was pissed off about Kristie, people like her. No tax. Of course no tox. Oh, it's no tox, not no tax. Yeah, I don't know, be this person. But really, I think this is just ridiculous. She is an influential person. And for all these other people, because there's a lot of women in her followers, disgusting. And I'm going to talk about it. So people like her are going to get Peter Dutton, Voldemort, aka Voldemort, elected. So shut the fuck up. That's not what we want. Because you think you're voting for Peter Dutton. You're voting for Gina Reinhardt, who is the Elon Musk to Donald Trump, to Dutton. So she's Elon. Okay? Also, liberals, stop calling Elon Elonia. He wishes he could be as fucking awesome as women, but he's not. Don't do it. It's ridiculous. It's not funny. And there's one oh, it's just a joke. Yeah? Jokes are supposed to be funny. Anyway, don't watch this video. This is the Freedom Party. Now, remember a while ago, cast your mind back to the paradigm something? The paradigm. That the word paradigm was in there. We had the 3 lessons, which were bullshit. And then the people graduated. So this is the Freedom Party. We've been meaning to catch up on it. I'm going to be doing lots of stories about Kristie because I want to talk about her because she's terrible and I want to expose her. If you support body autonomy, complete body autonomy, guess what Donald Trump wants to do? Control women's bodies. So shut the fuck up. All right, I'm going to finish eating my pie. Hopefully it's still warm. Let's do it.
We know that so many of our community are on the other side of the world and they are asleep right now. So you guys, I'd love you to drop in the chat where you are coming in from around the world. My favorite thing about online business is that we literally just get to connect with amazing, incredible humans all over the world from our homes in a dress like me with pajama bottoms and slippers.
I get to scam worldwide, and everything that I say in this video is an opinion. BT dubs. So I'm so thrilled. I get to scam people all over the world. It's fantastic. We all do.
It's how good is that? And you guys, we're so excited that you are here. I would love to know why you are here. Why did you decide, you know what, it's Tuesday night or wherever you are in the world, I'm going to give up an hour of my time and rock up to an online freedom party. What was it? Why are you here?
Oh, I'm glad she asked. I'm here because I think you're perpetuating a scam. I thought it, and I still think it. You do these trainings called the paradigm shift or something. You change the name, she changed it to 5D business or something like that, and they teach this shit over and over and over and over and over again, calling it something different when all it is an MLM, is selling a scam and trying to get people to part with $16,000 so that you can feather your nest and you can get the money and set yourself up before the market saturates and leaves a lot of people in a lot of debt. So I'm here to call that out. and to expose Kristie X Ord as being the fake-ass fucking fake feminist that she is, in my opinion.
And I can see the chat. Hi, Gold Coast, Ballarat, Victoria, South Coast. We've got all over Sydney, New Zealand. To learn from the best. Oh, you want to win the $500? I freaking love your honesty. You deserve to win for that. Cold freezing Melbourne. So we are so excited to be here. Myself and my co-host Kristie, who I'm going to bring up shortly. You guys will know who she is if you've been inside our paradigm shift with us for the last week. And if you haven't and you're brand new and this is like your first adventure foray into anything to do with freedom, then we're really, really delighted that you are here. So what does freedom mean to you? I would love you to pop that in the chat, whether it's one word, a sentence. What does freedom mean to you?
Oh shit, I didn't have the thing here. Freedom is being able to like just run through the sand on the beach and just have my head bouncing in the wind. Sorry, I am in a singlet top because it's been hot today. It was raining last night, which was lovely. Yeah, freedom. I would like freedom to me is not having to worry about people getting scammed by people who are selfish and self-interested and lazy because not lazy, sorry. Because I think that people genuinely work hard in MLMs, but what the top is working hard at is manipulation, in my opinion. So they are working on manipulation to get everybody else to do the work. Yeah. So that's what I think. Freedom is not having that. The opposite of that. It's not like Rosetta. So the break free movement, and I think everybody knows Sabre or Sabra. What's it? Sabre. She's the one with the triangle hair, pyramid hair. Yeah. She's a part of the movement, break free movement. Like and the other girl in that, Rosetta, she's just on the grind, like smashing the Facebook. So freedom is not having to see, not her, like just her not posting to Facebook. It must be so annoying to not be in her circle and just see this shit, like the constant posting about her business. It's ridiculous. Okay, I'll put the let me do that. Okay. I know the hat. We're still waiting on the hat. It's heavy, so I'm also waiting to take it off.
We want to make sure that we're in the right place for the party. You can see we've like doled the party hats. I even found some balloons and dressed up my office. I might keep them up for a few days. They're quite fun. Free from domination, uncapped. Oh my gosh, I love that word, Grace. A life of choice, whatever, whenever, slow mornings, holidaying when you want, freedom to choose, freedom from being told what to do. Yes. Unlimited fun.
Like the freedom to choose to have an abortion if you would like. That freedom that Kristie doesn't believe in because she is pro-Trump. Yeah. Do I have to say in my opinion there? Because we literally looked at a post of hers. She said she's pro-Trump. And Trump is responsible because of the Supreme Court justices that he installed on behalf of the Heritage Foundation. They gave him a list of Supreme Court justice nominations that they thought would be good for conservative politics. Donald Trump put them forward, put them on, made them into the Supreme Court justice. They have a 6-3 advantage in conservative, and they got rid of Roe versus Wade. So, and Donald Trump took credit for that. I got rid of it. I sent it to the states. He denies that they're going to do a full abortion ban, but it is in Project 2025. He said that he would do it, and so is JD Vance. You know, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that he is trying to ban abortion. Kristie said she's pro-Trump. She's pro-banning abortion. You know.
Full permission to be me, a life of no limits, being able to do what I want. Freedom means empowerment, time choice. Oh my goodness, all of the things. Keep them coming, you guys. Remember, we have that $500 cash prize. And it is going to someone who is on here live with us, who plays full out tonight or no micromanagement. I love that one. I remember those days from the corporate world. So we are all here because we are different to the majority, right? Like, just drop me a hell yes or a yes or just a yes.
What shit. We're all different. We're just unique. We're so alternative. We're the weirdos. We're so different from everybody else. We couldn't do 9 to 5. Yeah, because you suck. Like, honestly, this is bullshit. This is about money. that's what you're interested in, just like everybody else. Well, you're a little bit different, actually. Let me take it back a little bit. You don't care how you earn your money. That is a bit different. You don't mind stepping on other people so that you make money. Oh, Mabel's up there. Oh, no, I put her up there before. I'm like, Mabel's up there. How did she get up there? I put her up. Oh, look at her face. Mappy. Hey. Oh, I'll stay there. Yeah, all right. Mabel, can't let anybody have a pat. I feel sorry for the other dogs when Mabel tries to, like, jump on them. She's a big girl. Yeah. Admittedly, right, in capitalism, yeah, people do want to make money. Do I want to be poor? No, hell no. Do I work for my money? Yeah. And I've been rewarded having been a teacher for 20 plus years. My category, I just got a bump up. So I'm a experienced senior teacher. I was a level 1 and I've gone up to level 2, which you get after being an EST1 for 3 years. And yeah, I'm doing well. And because I stayed in the position, we're getting a $1,200 retention payment. Get leave loading next week. So yeah, I care about being paid and having enough money for everything that I would like and making sure that I'm okay. I would like to buy a piece of land soon and a tiny house to go on that land. And, you know, hopefully my dad would be able to live on that land too. Not where I currently live. So I'm going to be saving for that. But it'll be worth the saving, you know? And I'm doing it. And it's not detrimental to anyone else, okay? There are a lot of capitalists who are like that, who are earning a lot of money without stepping on people, without ruining lives, without forcing them to go into debt, yeah? And also, being in an MLM, someone said, no micromanaging. Bullshit. Your upline is constantly micromanaging. And I think it's worse because the abuse that they have or that they get from their uplines is like emotional and mental abuse. And in a lot of them, spiritual. So, you know, like it's just revolting and ridiculous to say we're so different. No, you're not.
In the chat, if you feel like you are different to the majority, like different maybe to other people where you live, different to other people you see online, like you just have, yeah, give me all the yeses, right? Like we want a different life. And we are open to looking at different because we know that different is actually often what is required to create a paradigm shift, to create a new, different life for ourselves. Give me a me if you would love to create a different life for yourself. Maybe you've realized during the paradigm shift with us that perhaps the trajectory, the path that you're on is maybe not going to get you to where you want to go. Yeah, I love you guys. Thank you for being so honest. This is awesome. I wanted to share a little bit about what freedom means to me. And I've been thinking about this quite a lot lately. And then I'm just going to teach you guys for 5 minutes, if that's okay. I'm going to teach you my freedom script. And I'm really, really excited to give that to you guys tonight, because if you go away and do something with it, it could actually change your life. So what does freedom mean to me? It feels calm and secure. It means never worrying about where money is coming from. It means not lying in bed thinking, you know, if I left that corporate job or if this big launch doesn't work, like how will I survive? And to be totally honest, it actually means, you know, if something happens to me, is my 12-year-old Benny going to be okay? Because I can't, you know, his dad won't be able to keep him in the life to which he's become accustomed in my world. And that
I'm chewing, but shocked. Shocked chewing. What the fuck does that mean? Kind of shitty. Joe's ex-husband. What's good on behalf of Joe? Like, what a fucking... That's shitty. Oh, his dad won't be able to keep him the way that I do. Do you love him? Does your ex love him? Because that's probably the most important thing. I don't think if you pass away, your child is going to be going to the father's house going, oh, no PlayStation 5 here. No. He'd be like just wanting to have his father How ridiculous, how disgusting. And is it having the freedom not to worry about money? What a luxury for the people at the top of the compensation plan to be saying that. Although, still haven't seen anyone graduate to legacy in a while. Just saying.
That is a huge, huge thing for me. It looks like not having to check my calendar or my bank account to say hell yes to whatever opportunities or fun experiences are presented to me. It looks like living right on the beach, away from the big city where my big job used to be. That location freedom has become my absolute favorite thing about living a freedom life. And it looks like helping my friends when I need it. Like, just drop me if you want to be able to help people whenever they need it, because
You're not helping people when you scam them, in my opinion. Yeah, you know, like they might have some early success because the market isn't saturated yet, but yeah, you're helping people. You're indoctrinating them and recruiting them into a cult, especially this one, because you're all like, love Kristie and Clint, they're the best people. Clint's the best rapper. Cult right there.
without expecting anything in return. And it looks like if I want, cancelling my plans for that day or the work I had on to just have a self-care day, nourish myself, have a massage. Being able to look after myself is key to freedom.
Yeah. Being able to be really, really selfish is the key to being free. Self-care is fine, but it shouldn't come at the cost of somebody else's freedom and somebody else's self-care and somebody else's bank account and somebody else's time freedom and location freedom. Because for everybody who is living a my freedom lifestyle, I wake up and I see the beach. For everybody who's doing that, there's like a bunch of people who are funding that. And it's disgusting.
Resonating with this. So I would be honored to teach you my freedom script. So I've actually been teaching my Yes Life script now for a number of years, my Yes Life script formula. Today, because it's you guys and you're special and this is an online freedom party, I'm calling it my freedom script.
We are so lucky. Are you feeling lucky? You feeling lucky, kid? I'm really funny. Yeah.
So give me a yes in the chat if you would love me to teach you my freedom script. I promise you the life I'm living today is a result of the fact that I wanted a different life. I wanted freedom and I was very, very open.
I was so excited. The life you're living today is because you're perpetuating a scam, in my opinion. She was in Plexus before, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure it was Juice Co. I just make up like, I can't remember the one with the juice in the name. Juice Co. Why am I thinking Juice Co? I don't know. I'm making it up. Yeah, I think she was in Plexus. So like, I decided that I was going to scam people, in my opinion.
To doing whatever it took. And I got super clear on what I wanted my yes life to look like. And I scripted it and I wrote it down and I recorded it and I listened to it every day. And I continue to listen to it every day. And that is why every single day I am so grateful for the life that myself and Benny get to live. So your freedom script is literally a script for your perfect freedom day. I want you to imagine, perhaps, in fact, for tonight, let's say that we're going to write our script and it's the last day of 2024. So it's the 31st of December, 2024. We always write our freedom script in the now, right? We write it in the present tense. So where are you, first of all? Where are you? What are you doing? Who are you with? How are you feeling? What have you achieved in the 7 months between now and the end of December 2024? What does your life look like, you guys? And I really want you to include a lot of feeling. And I'll give you an example. I'll recite you a few lines from my own freedom script. I know it off by heart. Obviously, I listen to it every morning. What does your bank account look like? What do your relationships look like?
December 31st, I'm going to celebrate not actually like completely shutting down and leaving my job for another one. Yeah, and surviving a mental. That's what I'm going to be doing. And this, especially when she said, put a lot of feelings into it. Why? Because that's where people manipulate. They're going to manipulate the feelings of the person. They're going to say, oh, you can see where their heart is in this, and that's what it's going to be my target. And that's why Kristie's always talking about motherhood and so on. The pain points. They're looking for the pain points, and it's so, to me, it's very obvious what they're doing. And I hope that, and I mean, this is from a couple of months ago now, obviously, because it was 7 months before before December. So it must have been August? No, June. I was going the other way. So, just so scammy and so manipulative. Because it's easy to be saying this works because it's confirmation bias. Oh, it works. This works because it happened to me. No, it works because you are prepared to make money off people who maybe won't be making as much money as you, and you don't mind where your money comes from. So that's what it is, not positive affirmations.
What does your business look like? How do you earn money? How are you feeling? Are you feeling secure, or are you feeling scared and uncertain and not kind of knowing where you're going, or how, or if what you're doing is going to get you to where you really want to go? So my freedom script sounds a little bit like this. It's the 31st of December 2024, and I'm standing on the deck of my beautiful beach house that I bought by myself. I can see the cows, I can see the ocean, and I feel so free. I feel so secure. No one can ever take this home from me. I have so much money. I'm so grateful for money. Money comes to me every single day in a variety of ways. I love the universe. Everything I have, I'm so, so grateful for. I can hear Benny gaming in his room with his friends. He's so confident. He's such a happy child. We have so much fun. He's so resilient. He's so confident. He's become such a popular boy. Everything I sell sells out. My Yes Life retreats, my sales programs, incredible badass people join me in online business every single day. I help people to change their life, and so on and so forth. Are you guys getting the idea? Just give me a yes if you're getting the idea. I know some.
I am getting the idea, and it just sounds to me like this is for self-promotion. And how about my child is popular? That was a weird one. Like, that's just... And no one can take away your house. How have you been going with reporting your taxes? Because I imagine if you are not doing that properly, somebody might be able to take your house, you know? If we come to a fork in the road where network marketing becomes a little bit more sus, yeah, that might be a problem, mightn't it? The other thing I think that was sus about this is the Yes Life, YSYL. She said like YSL or something, not Yves Saint Laurent, but she was referring to the Yes Life money, YLM. She didn't say M though, I didn't think. Oh, that all the book sells out and the retreats sell out and so on and so on. She's trying to get them to go and buy her book and come to the retreats, and guess who buys the book, comes to the retreat, the downline. You have to. You've got to do the things that the leader like says. How did I get success? Here's my book, all about how I got success. When all it is they were able to recruit more people, and they don't have a conscience for where that money comes from that the people they recruit pay. So that was pretty revealing and gross as well.
Some of you have done something similar to this before. But here's the thing, and you guys, I'm just going to give you a little bit of tough coaching now, if you don't mind. I know like you can't really take me seriously with a silly party hat on, but try. It's one thing to sit on a freedom party like this and say, yeah, I'm going to do it. And then you write the script, and then it sits on a desk or in a notebook, never to see the light of day again. And, you know, obviously it's not going to change your life doing that, right? So I want you to put in the chat, commit. The word commit, type it. I don't care how many M's or T's you put. I'm a terrible speller, right? You don't have to be a great speller to make millions online, let me tell you. Exactly. Commit. You guys are committing to write.
Yeah, you don't have to be smart to be a millionaire online, clearly. We know. We've seen it. Now, I often say that I'm bad at spelling, but I'm pretty good for the average person. I'm bad at spelling for an English teacher, which I can teach. I don't teach it at the moment, but yeah. I just hate when they... Like, Kristie did get a business degree, I think. But she stopped working in corporate after, 6 months or something like that, and then she opened her own cafe, fresh or raw food cafe. And then she was sleeping on her couch. She said she was homeless, but she was renting the cafe, so I'm confused about that. Technically, I mean, you can't live there. We will keep listening to this, but I love that she's like, I gotta have the tough love. God damn it, I need to get to Kristie's. Can't take my hat off yet. It's heavy.
Writing your own freedom script in the next 24 hours. And once you've written it, you're going to grab your phone and you're going to go to the voice record function. You're going to record your script to your phone. One of my suggestions is that you record it standing up. Okay, so that you can really, feel the energy. And you want to get excited about this because you have to listen to this every day. And so if it's boring or if you like talking in a voice like this because you're not excited, it's going to be, you won't listen to it. Like, it's not going to excite you. And then we're going to do something that the late Bob Proctor taught me years ago, right? And if you've been in this personal development world for a while, you know who I'm talking about. Attach a habit to a habit. So when we attach a habit to an existing habit, we are so much more likely to follow through with that new habit, right? Who has a shower every day? Just give me a me in the chat or raise your hand if I can see you, right? Everyone showers every day? So good. So you guys, I want you, the next time you have a shower, so once you've done your script and it's in your phone, pop your phone somewhere and put your Freedom Life script on and get in that shower and turn it up loud because obviously the water, you're washing your hair, it's all going on. I love my freedom script so much that every morning I am like this in the shower. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And I'm going to give you guys a secret little tip. There will be a point at some point, I don't know whether it will be in a month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months from now, that you're listening to your script and you realize either something didn't happen or maybe something you wanted that's in your script you don't want anymore because we're humans and we get to change, right? So then you just do it again, right?
What have you not heard of a shower speaker? Because they exist, and just listening to that over and over while you're in the shower, I'd rather watch Nick Dorito. Like he's what I watch or listen to when I'm in the shower. I don't want to. Well, maybe I've watched. I don't think I've listened to my own videos. I watch my own videos. Like I used to watch them all the time. Haven't been watching them as much lately. But yeah, no, weird. Also, I don't have a shower every day because I find it hard to do, and so every second day I have a shower, and in the day between, I give myself a what is it? Like body wipe things. My favorite. I don't think I do. My favorite is it's got Mickey Mouse on it and it's got like a coconutty smell. Because a lot of I just use baby wipes. And then for like the personal areas, a little bit more sensitive, you can get other wipes for those areas that are not as like, not fragranty or whatever. Yeah. So it's okay though, because it doesn't matter whether I shower every day or not. I don't need to listen to myself say, this is what my freedom life is. Also, doesn't matter if they do it either, because this is just manipulation.
Rinse and repeat. Keep that freedom script fresh. So I'm really, really singing in the shower is out. Yeah, I love it. Yes. Listening and speaking your script is in. Oh my goodness. I'm so excited for you guys. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay. I'm going to hand to my beautiful co-host now, Kristie. I don't think Kristie needs an introduction, but just in case, Kristie is a mum of 3 for you guys that don't know her. She's a total party goer as well. She loves celebrating. She came up with the idea for this freedom party because why the heck not? Kristie has chosen to partner with a business model that she absolutely adores because she loves helping people to create the freedom that her and Clint and their family have created for themselves. And she literally earns millions a year online, and a lot of that is passively. And we're going to talk to you a little bit about that tonight.
Hi everyone, how are we doing? Let me know into the chat box. This has been amazing so far. Joe, that was absolutely incredible. I love your freedom script, and I know that people who have implemented this are seeing the most incredible things happen in their life. So we are...
Oh my gosh. Can you believe that triangle in the background? Pyramid. Can I take I'm going to take a screenshot of this one for sure. Yeah, let me stop so her hands aren't like friggin'. Ready? That's so ridiculous, but she's ridiculous. That's why I'm wearing this hat. It's really heavy. I think mine's bigger than hers. Just saying, right? There's a reason for that. It's because like there's like something in the it actually like gives something like to hold it higher. So All right, I'm going to take it off because this is ridiculously heavy. And when I was like drinking my Coke and I'm like, oh, like my hat's going to fall off and it's going to hit me in the back because it's got like this like mirrored tiling as well in the back there. Can you see? It's a good hat, but it's heavy. Oh, thank you, Lord. But I don't believe in. See, look at the top. The top's really pretty. And I covered it with like, so you can sort of see like it's still got a little bit of fluff for, that was the clouds. Oh, see, there are the lights. And then yeah, I like it. It's one of my, I do like it. But she's a work in progress. All right, let's keep listening. I'm going to go to bed soon. It's 10 past 10. That's early for me. My earrings still on? Yes. I've been wearing, because I'm on holidays at the end of this week. So I've been wearing my Christmas gear. And I'm working on Christmas presents to send to Val and Gus and DC. I just need to finish this fuck Trump doily for Val. But I'm gonna have like the name and everything, but then I'm also gonna decorate. So, but with watercolors, not with anything.
Freedom Party tonight, and we had a little bit of a tech glitch. I know there are so many people trying to get on this Zoom, and we kind of broke the internet because the Zoom is actually capped at 100 people, and my inbox is going nuts right now of people being like, I can't get onto the Zoom. So we were only meant to have this as a once-off live pop-up event, a Freedom Party. And it was meant to be, some people going to come on Zoom and some people are going to come on in the Facebook group that we have. However, we broke the internet with the link not working into the Facebook group. And so we asked everyone to come on Zoom, and you guys got on so quickly. And we didn't realize we actually had a limit to this Zoom room. So just celebrating you guys for jumping in quick.
I believe that you can pay for more, Kristie. Great. Sorry about the pause story, but it is what it is. I believe you can pay for more people to attend your Zoom. Because, like, I've seen heaps. I know did the Marina Warriors thing. I was in like room 4 and there was like, more than 100 people in that. Yeah, they broke the internet. Fuck off.
And getting into the Zoom link and being on here live with us. But what we have decided to do, because obviously everyone can't see it who wanted to see it, we have decided to do a recording, and so we will have that recording available for the next 24 hours. All right, well, I am so excited to get into this. This is literally going to change the trajectory of your life. And tonight I'm going to be your freedom captain, right? I've got the captain hat on, and tonight we're going to go on a journey together of really unlocking limitless possibilities and abundance in your life and what's truly possible for you, where the sky isn't even the limit, right? And we only decided yesterday to actually throw this party. We haven't actually thrown a party like this before online. And we were like, let's make this fun, right? Because I'm guessing if you're here.
It's better. You can sort of hide the grift a little easier if you pretend this is a party. Okay. Yeah. So that's why we're doing it with because if you're here, it means that we have enough big stories and lies and not lying by omission more than anything, in my opinion. Yeah, we've told enough things for you to be convinced that you can also be as successful as me when that is not fucking possible. And the only person who is as successful is Rebecca Althemia. And even Kylie X Stevenson has not reached 6A-3, which is the legacy base. She hasn't reached it yet, or else we would have heard about it. I need to go and check my other account because I would like to react to Kylie. It's been a while.
2 of your highest values in life, and drop me a yes if this is correct, is fun and freedom, right? We get to create every day as a celebration, and life gets to be an ongoing celebration. If you're not partying and having fun and celebrating every day, right, you're not living life to the full. You may be stuck in survival.
Kristie, that's not possible for everybody, even if they didn't have a 9-to-5 job. That's toxic positivity. And I'm sorry, if you are constantly on a high, that's not real life. Why, unless you're selling heroin, then you need to just take a fucking chill pill. Maybe not drugs though, just saying. That's the other thing too. I am 100% sure that these guys do microdosing and shrooms and, all of those things. I'm 100% sure they do them. Just an opinion, of course. So yeah, I think you'll find the people on that side of the aisle, on the Trump side, are not pro-drugs. All right, sweetheart? Definitely not pro legalizing marijuana and marijuana use. Yeah. So it's just bullshit to be saying, oh, every gay should be at party. No, it shouldn't. That's not real life. Like, ridiculous.
is actually thriving. And so let me know into the chat box, why did you join us tonight in the Freedom Party, right? Why are you here? I also want to...
Were you not here for Joe's part? They've already said this. I know, because I answered it as well, and I'm not going to answer it again.
ask you a question. What are you celebrating in your life right now? It's funny because Joe and I text, we work very closely together on a daily basis, and we're texting every day and we're like celebrating something new. And I'm like, oh my God, our life literally is just like one big celebration. So what are you guys celebrating? Please share with...
Oh my God, our life is just so the best. We're better than everybody. Our lives are so good because of this scam, in my opinion. Like, we're just constantly celebrating. Yeah. She's gonna like use it, all of it. I'm celebrating, that I got to spend extra time with the kids today. All right, she's putting that into her brain as that person's pain point is parenting and not having enough time. It's like I'm celebrating, having being able to go for a walk. Okay, that person values like self-care. I'm going to take that angle. It's everything is for a purpose. There's no genuine interest in people,
the chat box. And as we mentioned, we have a $500 cash giveaway for somebody who goes all in tonight and actually interacts and plays full out and is just like giving all of their fun, freedom vibe.
How do you judge that? It's fucking text on a screen. Are you fucking kidding me? I bet you they have to be like in the little box. Sorry. As I said, it's just lucky that the wind doesn't change sometimes. Can my face? We'd be in trouble. Hate to have it like settle on shit lip face. Shit lip is when I'm real pouty, like that shit lip, like yeah. It's just how do you play full out? Or when you're on a Zoom call and the chat box is just words on a screen. Do you have to put lots of emojis in? Fuck it.
Adds into the chat box. So let us know what you are celebrating in your life right now. Maybe you don't take the time in your life to actually ponder on this, right? I really urge you from tonight onwards to actually like have a journal and write at the end of each day, what are you proud of yourself for today? What are you celebrating today, right? Because you get to celebrate even the small wins, because the small wins end up being the macro results that happen in your life. Now, I want to ask you another question. If we were having a party for you in 12 months' time from now, where you had created freedom, a life of financial freedom, time freedom, and location freedom, what does that mean for you, right? What would have shifted? What would we be celebrating in 12 months' time, where you just look back and you're like, I don't even remember when we were on that freedom party, right? I don't even remember that version of myself. I don't even know who that version is anymore, because so much has shifted. What would have shifted for you in 12 months' time?
More digging for information to exploit people. What would have shifted? So this is where they're going to look for what people put. It'll be stuff like, I will have left my job. I will have more time with the kids. I will have more time with my partner. I'll be volunteering more, blah, blah, blah. Okay, all of the answers that are going to be down there is just a hint for what they have to hit when they are trying to recruit them. And it's so disingenuous the way she's asking it too. Like, I can see right through you. She thinks that she's just like the best of the best, the ultimate salesperson. She is so good at this, and that's why she's at the top, like she has implemented all these things and that's why she does the best. No. Like most people in MLMs, yes, a good salesperson can do okay. Not if they have a conscience, of course. Okay? Guess what? The most important thing for you to be well placed in an MLM. Pure fucking luck. That's it. It was pure luck that she signed up when she did underneath Balaj. Okay? And then she was early enough in Enagic's time before they had hit, sort of like any name recognition in Australia, so that you were poised to do well because no one had heard of it. And it was something that was a pretty good commodity for some Australians, these like hippy-dippy crunchy moms and things like that. Okay? She was lucky. She joined at the right time. somebody in her exact position now who does well with sales or whatever, there's no way that they will be as well placed as her. It's fucking luck. And the rest that she is fucking churning out right now is to exploit them and to know where to hit them so that you can recruit them.
We get to be out at a beautiful dinner together or a lunch together, and we are just celebrating thing after thing after thing that has shifted for you over these 12 months. I'm going to have a quick look into the chat box here. So let me know into the chat box. You guys are going nuts in the chat box. I love it. I love it. I love it. So good. We are celebrating legacy all the way and beyond, celebrating life and freedom, 40K months and leadership. My relationship with money has changed, and I know I'm worthy and deserving. I love that. Celebrating, buying a kitten, awesome. And I really want you to dream big right now, right? Like, what is going to shift in 12 months' time? Does it mean that you've left your job? Does it mean that you've created 40K months, 50K months, 100K months? Does it mean that you've gotten to take the most beautiful holidays? Does it mean that you get to be a more present mother? Like, what's important to you, right? What's going to have shifted? And I really want you to expand your thinking and your possibilities. I wouldn't be lending money off people on the daily. My kids would all be happy and healthy and wouldn't want for anything. Financially free, a new homeowner and abundance. Yeah, where do you want to be living? Right? If the sky wasn't even a limit and you were fully thriving, where would you be living? How would you be spending your time? Your time is the most precious resource. And so many of you, so many people, 97% of people across the world are literally just handing over their time. Their most precious resource is just being handed over to create somebody else's dreams. Guys, your freedom matters. Your freedom.
Oh, fuck off with this your freedom matters. Especially when you support a fascist. No, you only think your freedom matters. You don't give a fuck about anybody else's freedom. Angry and sounding angry is because I fucking am angry as somebody who's so privileged at the moment. And again, I honestly don't think that's going to last because shitty people who do things that I consider scamming, it's just my opinion that she's shitty and her husband, but people who do things that are a little bit dodgy, in my opinion, they continue to do dodgy things and it's a pattern of behavior and eventually catches up with you. So I also imagine because she has bragged about going to Dubai to buy property. Oh no, I think they're okay with women in Dubai. Yeah, but I imagine that there are places in the Middle East that you, as a woman, are not allowed to be the, only homeowner or whatever. Again, I highly doubt that she bought property in Dubai, or she'd be bragging about it now and telling us, like I've got property in Dubai or whatever. Yeah, people deserve to be free of scams, in my opinion, and it's really gross because she's very rich. She's doing well. She's she's rolling in the dough. When she talks about being, a millionaire and whatever, she's not lying. It's true. She's a very rich human. But doesn't mean it's not a scam. Say it with me, everybody. It just means the scam's working for her. Getting tired.
Is urgent. It's an urgent matter. Start treating it like that, right? Start treating every day like it's almost your last. Because I don't know about you, but I know for me, when I'm looking back on my deathbed, I'm just going to get a little morbid for a moment, and then we'll get back to the party and make every day from now a celebration and a party. But when we're on those final moments, you don't want to be regretting anything. You don't want to be looking back and being like, that I kept myself small because of this limitation or this excuse or this block that I had or these fears that I had, right? I got too comfortable in life. I stopped growing. I used this analogy on a masterclass that I did like a week or two ago of like so many adults just stopped growing. Imagine if a child that was meant to be in 12th grade wanted to be in 4th grade. It would be literally unacceptable, right? So why do we as adults think it's okay to stop growing? right? That is what the whole point is. Growth and evolution over a lifetime is what one of my mentors says. Okay. And so, you know, when we're on those final moments of our life, we want to be looking back and going, I had a bloody great time. Like, my life was one big party. My life was full of freedom. I valued my time enough to break free of the chains and the patterns and the programming that society had on me. I valued myself enough. I valued my life enough. My freedom was important. And so I broke free and I went and created the most incredible life full of the most richest memories and experiences. That is what it's all about, right? People think we've got all this time. It's like, or they'll wait for this perfect time. It's like, get moving. What if you don't have time, right? I regretted something last year. I had this mentor that I followed online for so long that really inspired me, and she actually got really sick, and I was going to go to her event, last year, and then I just decided not to. I was like, oh, it's a little bit hard to work out the logistics and this and that, and I just like made these excuses. And then she literally passed like a month or two later, and I didn't get to spend that in-person time with her. Like, why did I wait? Why was I waiting? Why did
Oh, no, really? I wonder if that was Jessie Lee. But did Jessie Lee have an event? I think she might have had an event. Oh, yeah, it was the Mexico one, wasn't it? Also, it's about you. Is it about you? Is this about you, Kristie? Isn't it about Kristie? Imagine that, right? That you're mentoring somebody and they use your death for their training. Maybe these MLM people, they don't care really, but I think it's gross because you just made someone else's death about you. Nice work.
have that excuse? And so many people are full of excuses that are just keeping them small and just keeping them stuck and keeping them way too comfortable. And so this
and keeping them from giving me 16 grand. Well, not me, but yeah, giving my company 16 grand. So then I get a commission, and also then I get more money for how big my team is. They're keeping you from that, keeping you from joining my team. Is that what it is? Is there a little bit more venom in what I'm saying tonight? Yes. And Kristie deserves all of the venom because she's pro-Trump.
Conversation is about actually expanding what is possible. All right, so I'm going to have a look into the chat box here. Celebrating the mental breakthrough that we're having and developing the confidence, amazing. No more getting stuck, feeling like I'm settling, goodbye stuck, outdated low vibe beliefs. Things don't change if you don't change. Exactly. All right, amazing. I really want you guys to stay connected to that 12 months from now, okay? Because what most people do is they say things like, oh, it's the start of the year, it's the 1st of January, everything's going to be different. Yes, I've got my vision board, I've got my goals, I know where I'm going this year. And then like a month goes past and nothing's changed. 2 months goes past, nothing's changed. 3 months has gone past, nothing's changed. 6 months goes past and nothing's changed. And then they get to the end of the year and nothing has still changed. And this is the thing, guys, nothing changes if nothing changes. So who is ready to create their life in a way that it is just one big fun, freedom, high vibe party and celebration?
Well, if you are that person, you need to adjust your fucking reality because it is just not realistic, Kristie, to live every day, fun, high vibe, fucking party, okay? And you don't live that life. You literally have a picture of you crying on your fucking Facebook. Like, how ridiculous. I'm picking it up, like, this was full of nails, like, fake nails, and they're on the floor. Where did my thread go? Found it.
Right? Drop me a massive yes into the chat box if this is you. And I'm guessing that, you guys are at a point of your life where this stuff matters. You're done with waiting. You're done with the perfect time, right? And now is the time. Now is the time to get moving. So let's face it, right?
Now is the time to join my team. Now. You have to do it now. Now is the time. Don't wait.
Life is way too short to be working for somebody else's dreams or creating capped income. A lot of people.
You have a capped income. Are you kidding me? Because once your recruits 8 people, you don't get paid on them anymore. So your income is technically capped. You can't earn any more money off that person. You have to continue recruiting. It's hard, isn't it? You have to constantly be recruiting. That must be a little bit stressful, I imagine. And also, and I think this is what I forgot before, Kristie is just so ignorant that she doesn't consider that people aren't always working for a boss who has a dream, right? I am not building anyone's dream as a teacher. This is my dream. I love being a teacher. Is it hard sometimes? Yep, it is. But I'm not building anyone else's dream. And there's plenty of people who work at jobs who are fine because they might be a part of a workplace where they are contributing and they want to help build someone else's dream. Like, what if you work for a nonprofit and, like the CEO's dream is to free Palestine, it's provide aid for Palestine. Is that going to be hard work? Yeah. But the goal or the dream that you're helping the person who's in charge is a fantastic fucking dream that you want to contribute to, that you will get acknowledged as contributing to, And what a pile of shit for anyone in an MLM to say that you're working for someone else's dream. Who's the CEO of your company again? Because it's not fucking you. There is a different CEO, and his dream, okay, his dream is to have health, wealth, and, healthy finances, healthy mind, healthy fucking body, or whatever it is. That's his dream. How many of these fucking people, when they were young, said, oh, I know what I want to do with my life going forward? I'm not sure why Murphy is licking the bed, but, God. I put it in my last video, but for some reason, Mabel's like, she's panting while she's laying there, so she kind of looks like she's like asleep, but she's smiling like she's doing it right now. It's so funny. What are you doing? What are you doing, Murphy? Murphy. We're gonna go to bed soon because we've got certain traditions. So Wilbur and Frida eat their dinner in here, and then after dinner, Wilbur goes into the crate, and he's very good at that. He knows his place. And then when it's shower time or bedtime, I take just Frida and Murphy out. Although Mabel came out last night as well, but just Frida and Murphy. And then if I have a shower, Murphy and Frida come, they're my shower buddies. And then we get everybody else and go to bed. So yeah, there are little traditions. But yeah. Yeah, Kristie can shove her fucking dreams up her ass because everybody in her downline is working on her fucking dream of being pro-Trump, pro-vax, and pro-ban. One unschooling because I don't care if my children can't read and write because they're going to be rich because I'm rich. Did you know I'm rich? I'm so rich. And that means that I'm clearly the best human. I'm really the smartest and the best at everything. Yeah. And life's just one big party. What? I am going to stop saying, but I need to finish. I just want to finish the embroidery.
And they become self-employed, which is great. However, it's still trading time for money. It's still capping their income. And so this conversation tonight is really about helping you to understand how you can create true wealth, right? With a vehicle that is with leveraged, right? Leverage and uncapped income. Because in order to create true wealth in life, you need to have uncapped income, right? That will grow with or without you, and you need to have leverage. These are two very important things. And so tonight, this is what we're going to unpack. All right. And so every moment is important, and the decisions that we make in terms of how we earn our income, they matter, right? It matters. Every day matters, because this compounds to, in 1 year or 2 years time or 3 years time from now, where your life is actually going to be in that time. Okay. And it starts with the decisions that we're making in each moment today. Okay. So this conversation really is full of expansive possibilities. Okay. To get clear on what your big freedom vision is, to get clear on how you can actually have a really big return on investment with our legacy model, and how to actually create true freedom. Right, give me a yes if you know you're in the right conversation. Right, and you're having fun. Who's having fun so far? Who's dreaming? Who's getting clear on their visions? Who's getting clear on where they're going to be in 12 months' time from now? Let me know into
This is not fun, like, in the fucking least. Like, not at all.
the chat box. So this is the thing, right, about creating freedom. Poor habits and poor decisions lead to poor people. Successful habits and successful decisions lead to successful people. So this is the
This closes match. Oh. Poor habits and blah, blah, blah lead to poor people. Oh, yeah, really? That's pretty crazy, because I can see, like, let's look at Johnny Depp, right? He's got pretty poor habits, being an alcoholic and, beating his exes up. He's well known for his domestic violence. He's pretty shitty to people when he's working. I would say that that's pretty poor, his behavior. But he's not a poor person. No, not at all. So you can shove that analogy where the sun doesn't shine, because that's fucking bullshit. Absolute fucking bullshit. And just to say something like that is so classist. A lot of people who are poor are very successful, and they are not, they have great habits. But is such thing as systemic poverty. Oh God, I thought she was vomiting. Well, I heard a sound. She's just licking her paws. Yeah. Systemic poverty, which is linked to systemic racism, all right? And, like socioeconomic, like positioning and things like that. Okay? But Kristie's not very smart. That's just an opinion, of course. And so she thinks that she's the smartest person in the room, like most uplines who think that she believes this because she's successful with the money. She thinks everything she does makes her a success. But no, what you're successful at is manipulating people to join your team, and then you get paid off that. What you're successful at is scamming, in my opinion. And it's just disgusting the way you talk about poor people. And which is the thesis of this, is that anyone who's pro-Trump is just the worst, amongst the worst humans in the world. She's proven my thesis correct, because I think Trump would absolutely think that. He's not poor. Well, actually, I don't think he's a billionaire. However, he's going to be very rich after this presidency, because he's very easily bribed. But you'd say that's fine, because, like, he's anti-establishment, which by the way, he's not. Also, people don't call MAGA people. Don't separate MAGA and Republicans. They are one and the same. Doing that lets them off the hook. It lets Republicans off the hook for when this is all over. Okay. They can say, oh, well, I wasn't a MAGA person. Okay, I was trying, I was just, like, I had to go along while I was there, like, I had to protect myself. He goes after enemies, blah, 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 blah. Nope. No excuses. MAGA is Republican Party is MAGA. They created him. He is one of them. They accept him. They're the ones who vote with him. They're the ones who approved him to be their presidential nominee. They are Republicans. MAGA is Republicans. Don't separate them. I got that point of view from the majority report. So it's not an original thought, but I believe it. So yeah, he has a lot of poor habits, yet he makes money. So this assertion, bullshit, absolute fucking bullshit.
Then why are so many people stuck in life and not free? And there's actually a couple of reasons for this. All right. One of the things is that they have this fear of failure. Now, a lot of these things are perceived limitations or excuses. They are not the truth. They are just excuses that is actually just keeping you small. All right. So tonight we just want to say goodbye to those and we actually want to expand what's possible. So fear of failure, right? And this can actually cause you to sacrifice your dreams and avoid you taking risks. All right. To actually then stay in your comfort zone.
She's just saying this to make people more susceptible to her manipulation, in my opinion. Like, don't be afraid, and also she's trying to make people not go with their gut, because people's gut is going to be saying, I don't think I should do this. This sounds like a scam. Gut. Okay. But she's trying to make people not listen to that because she's saying, oh, it's just fear. I'm naming that emotion for you. It's just fear. No. That is your morality, your sanity, your reasoning at work, doing the right thing, saying, this doesn't sound okay. How revolting that she's trying to make people not like listen to who they are. When she preaches, oh, you have to be so good to yourself. Self-care, self-care, self-care. Unless the self-care makes you like negative against me, then we're not listening to don't listen to that. Fucking hell. Like, this is worse than like, and having it connected to Trump now, it just makes me like angrier, but also like just more determined to expose her.
One of the things that keeps people stuck where they are is lack of self-belief, believing that you're not good enough, believing that it might be all well and good for somebody else to go and create that, but how could you? You're lacking talent, you're lacking skill set, right? There's much smarter people out there. And this thing of like not being good enough actually even prevents you from trying. Then there's external pressures, so worrying or caring what other people are going to think. This keeps so many people small. What's my husband going to think? What's my family going to think? What's my friends going to think? What's Karen from high school going to think? Fuck Karen from high school, right?
She's Karen. She's a Karen. This is more. Don't listen to, these are the other warning signs. So you've ignored your gut feeling, all right, telling you this is a scam. Now she's telling you to listen to the people who love you and don't stand to gain anything from loving you, right? And I know for a fact in this group after this fucking call, there was somebody who said that they couldn't convince their husband and they're still working on them. Disgusting. Like, just the lowest of the low. So don't listen to your own warnings. Don't listen to other people's warnings. Just listen to me. If people can't see the problem with that, yeah, that's concerning. That's cult behavior right there. Like, DC had a good picture of the bike model. See if I can find it, because it is relevant.
Dreams and your freedom more important than Karen's opinion? It has to be, right? It has to be. It has to be a matter of urgency. You can't let this stuff get in the way. Another thing that keeps people small is numbing or avoiding doing the work and what is required to create a successful life. Avoiding financial management, right? So just literally ignoring money. Just being like, one day that's going to shift. One day I'll win the lotto. One day I'll win like an RSL home prize on the beach, and then I'll be good. That'll be one day. Right? And so then they end up living this life of just eating and drinking too much, spending hours on your phone, scrolling, binging Netflix. Right? Stay.
Fuck off. How people spend their spare time is none of your fucking business. Like, honestly. And like, it's none of your business what people have with their, relationship with money. Like, how ridiculous. God, she's just terrible. These are all pain points. That's what they are. Pain points. These are the answers. These are the things people are going to say back to me. So I need to make sure that I've got an excuse for them. And they might say that they don't have the money at the moment. No, you need to take control of your money or something like that, She's just such, like, she's not a very good person.
In the comfort zone. And again, all of these things are just perceived limitations. And you end up convincing yourself that you actually lack resources, time, money, and skill sets to pursue your dreams, which is not true. You are programmed to think that way. We have to uncap our income and unplug from the matrix if we actually want to live a successful life.
Dudes, I was just trying to upload this video when I found that the sound was out of sync. And there's some silent spots. Starting with this one. No, Kristie, I'm sorry. Some people genuinely don't have the resources. And it's not like, oh, like they can't find it or whatever. They genuinely do not have the resources to do it. And making a magical wish is not going to change that. Like, the privilege, the absolute privilege of it all. And that's her fucking middle name. Kristie X fucking privileged Ord. She is so selfish. I've got a video, which I don't know how I'm going to put it out, but she made this big song and dance about how she bought a trip to Vanuatu for her nanny. And then somebody was like, oh, I don't know about this, like putting, I think, it's a little bit braggy. And she went off her nut about this person saying, how dare you question, I'm so generous and now you've lost access to me. I think it's pathetic when people put their generosity on Facebook. It's performative. And she's in your fucking downline too. And I know that because I went down a fucking rabbit hole. So you didn't just buy a trip to Vanuatu for your nanny. You bought a trip to Vanuatu for someone in your downline. You are so manipulative. It's fucking disgusting. Am I extra pissed off because my video was took forever to render and I had to come back to it? Yes, but she still sucks.
We can't be asking other people around us that haven't created what we want in life for advice. Honestly, if I had asked for advice around the people from the people who were around me when I wanted to create true freedom, I would not be here today. I can 100% guarantee you that. And I'm going to share a little bit about my journey in a moment. Right? We've got to be very mindful who we take advice from. Does the person have what we desire in life? Have they become the person, the highest version of themselves? Right? Have they gone on the growth journey that I desire to go on? Do they have the results in their life that I desire? If their answer is no, do not take advice from these people. Another thing that's keeping people stuck is the way that they are earning income, right? And in their mind, they think that the only way to earn more income is to actually work more hours. But this is the thing, guys. It's not about trading more of your precious resource of time.
Did she just say rancer before? If the rancer, I think I'll be taking advice from people who can speak well. And also, she wants you to don't take advice from anyone except for people who are in a position where you want to be. Like me. Don't you want to be in my position? So you have to take my advice. That's what she's saying. This is just another way of controlling people's actions and trying to equal out the noise, because she knows that there are going to be people telling these prospects that this is a scam, that person is just trying to scam you, etc., etc. So she has to tell you in advance why you should listen to her. And it's so obvious. I mean, it's obvious why no one should fucking listen to her, because she's a pathetic fool. But this is all overcoming an objection in advance. And it's really, really manipulative, but that's right on brand for Kristie.
For money. This thinking and this mentality has to go if you truly want to live a life of freedom, right? Because all of these dreams and all of these visions that you have are real and they're possible. You literally get to live a life of doing whatever you desire, right? I'm an everyday person that just chose to live an extraordinary life and be an extraordinary person, okay? But I'm no different to you or anybody else.
I'm an extraordinary person. I'm an everyday person, but I decided to have an extraordinary life and be an extraordinary person. I'm so amazing. Look at me. You could be like me. Everybody could. I have to stop because I'm so angry. I'm too worked up to go to bed now. This is bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Also, guess what, Kristie? Not everybody can do what you're doing. Because again, you got in early. You were lucky. Not smart. Lucky. Okay? And you lack like any sort of ethical like responsibility for the people that you put into financial difficulties from buying a $16,000 quad package. Do some people earn their money back? Do some people earn more than their money back? Yep. Doesn't mean it's not a scam, in my opinion, of course. Yeah, I'm going to stop there because I'm too pissed off. But let's get her off my screen. She's so extraordinary, didn't you know? She's extraordinary. I just decided to have an extraordinary life and be extraordinary because I'm so extraordinary. Fuck all the way off. And fuck Trump as well. she's pathetic. And I'm going to guess that, oh no, she's got the legacy money, so she's going to have money for a while, which is gross because, you know, some of the worst humans in the world are rich. That's why our world is literally like the way it is right now. Because some people would do anything for profit, and that's like stage capitalism. They don't think about the planet. You know, climate change is just, it's basically unstoppable now. All we can do is try to adjust our lives to survive, really. I'll be dead by then, though, so won't have to worry about MLMs. I'll be back tomorrow. Bye.
I just filmed something. I just filmed like an hour and a fucking half, nearly 2 hours, and it didn't record. I'm very annoyed because I already did a half an hour without it recording. I'm just like wasting the whole night, and I have to watch fucking Kristie again. She's awful. Fuck this pro.
Hello, I'm back and sweaty. I'm wearing the cutest outfit today. Okay, gonna do a fit check. I've got my frilly skirt on, and and that's a Christmas decoration that I just turned into a brooch. Cute, and it's been hot because I bought some new lounge chairs, and my dad's gone away for the weekend, and I decided to bring one of the lounge chairs there were 2 lounge chairs. I bought one for Dad, one for me, and I decided to bring it upstairs, and it's really hot today. Definitely thinking about moving my bed. Okay, so last night I wasted a crap ton of time recording this video. So if I'm not as zingy as I seem, it's because I replayed some of this twice already, and now I have to watch it a 3rd time. And I don't know if you know this about me, guys, but I don't really like Kristie. I think she's a really bad person, and I don't enjoy watching her. She's infuriating because of how scammy she is, in my opinion. All right, anyway. All right, let's keep getting tortured. I'm really tired too because I went to bed late, and then I didn't fall asleep until late, and then I woke up early. But good news, guys. Holiday. It would be so nice if we took a holiday. Oh yeah, let's celebrate. It's time to celebrate. Oh yeah, we're gonna have a celebration. It would be so nice if we took a holiday. I'm on holiday. Summer holidays are here. So I am off until the 20th of January-ish. Yeah, so that's nice. Going back to have lunch next week. But otherwise, I'm like, shut the door on the worst year of my career. Love it. All right, I've done enough of an introduction now, so let's listen to this bullshit. I'm going to do something arty.
All of these things are just perceived limitation, and you end up convincing yourself.
Sorry, like the dogs are playing underneath me and their breath is very hot, so it's kind of unpleasant.
That you actually lack resources, time, money, and skill sets to pursue your dreams, which is not true. You are programmed to think that way.
Really? How do you know it's not true? And this again is trying to get you to not listen to your natural instinct, your gut feeling, whatever it is. It's, like I would go as far as saying this is like lizard brain type stuff because your psyche is going to be assessing the situation with this person who's trying to scam you, in my opinion. And they're going to be thinking, like, whether we mean to or not, how do I protect myself? What's the best way to get out of here? How can I do that? Who will help me? Like all those fight or flight type elements, because they feel that anxiety. And yeah, like that is normal. Like I'm going to say something about fight or flight. I was going to say. I can't remember.
I do have some bits where I'm muted, so I need to make sure that I'm not muted.
We have to uncap our income and unplug from the matrix if we actually want to live a successful life.
The Matrix was a movie? It was a movie. Hello. The Matrix was a movie. Why? Why do people insist on doing this? It's so ridiculous. Like I said the other day, Beethoven, song about a stupid St. Bernard gigantic slobbery mess of a dog. Are we going to use that as a jumping off point for capitalism? Because you sure as shit don't need to do that for any other piece of art, even if the artist has specifically said, this is what I meant by my art. No, I can't. My brain just disappeared halfway through that thought. It was like, oh, no, we're out of here. See you later. But hang on, I was in the middle of making a point. Nah, gotta go pick up the kids in daycare. All right, have a good one. That's my brain. Like, shutting up shop for the day. All right, you can win this one.
We can't be asking other people around us that haven't created what we want in life for advice. Honestly, if I had asked for advice around the people.
I don't know if I've said this before, but yeah, you don't have to always take the advice of people, and some people are
that from the people who were around me when I went straight to freedom, I would not be here today. I can 100% guarantee you that. And I'm going to share a little.
I wish she wasn't here doing this today. I really wish. Because believe it or not, this isn't the best thing to do in the world. I get enjoyment from certain things. Duh. Oh, see, I'm too tired. I'm just a baby. I'm just a tired person. Let's have a little nap here. I can't remember what she was talking about, but she's going to tell us all about her life. And I know about it already, so it's annoying.
A bit about my journey in a moment, right? We've got to be very mindful who we take advice from. Does the person have what we desire in life? Have they become the person, the highest version of themselves, right? Have they gone on the growth journey that I desire to go on? Do they have the
What do you consider the highest version of yourself? And how does anyone get there? What are the prerequisites? What have you got to do?
results in their life that I desire? If their answer is no, do not take advice from these people.
And I'm going to suggest you don't take advice from somebody who says, if the answer is no, I'm sorry, what was that? Did you say rancer instead of answer? Yeah, I know they kind of sound the same. But rancer? I don't know where my face is. Hello, I don't know where my face is. I'm trying something different, so let's hope it works. I've had nothing but trouble filming this freaking thing. Yeah. I was sleepy. Obviously, my hard drive filled up the other day, and twice lost both of those recordings. And now I am. Last night I was so tired. I did stay up like another 3 hours, 4 hours after that, but yeah. Lucky I got a new this lazy chair, and lucky I hadn't installed it in the room yet. It's Saturday chore day. I'm eating my breakfast. My iced coffee. And then I'm gonna get to the chores, but I thought I'll record some of this video while I'm drinking my beverage. Okay, let's keep going.
You or anybody else? To you or anybody else? I just decided I was just hungry. Actually, I was starving.
She had a raw food cafe. I hope she wasn't literally starving, but something about her story just never sits right, because she always talks about having no money at all, and then all of a sudden she's like got 120 grand 3 months later. Okay. Let's keep going. I'm also working on an embroidery. This one today, alpha female, because the alpha males. I'm going to have another one that's like, alpha males don't need to be told they're alpha males by podcasters or something like that. And boycott male podcasts or something like that.
So this is the thing. How we actually start to shift is number one, we have to really be willing to let the old version of us go, the 97% way of doing things. Now, what I mean by this is there is a certain way that 97%.
What she means by this is that you give her money and then she gets richer. That's it.
Of the population are living and deciding, right? Making decisions from this place. So the 97% of people in life say things like, I'll wait until the perfect time. And then they just end up waiting. And another year goes past, and another year goes past, and another year goes past, and they're still waiting for the perfect time, but nothing's really changed, right? The 97% of people stay stuck in, I'm scared to fail. And so it prevents them from actually trying anything. They don't take any risk because they're scared of failing.
And guess what? In MLMs, that is justified. If you fail in an MLM, there's actually like facts and figures that are going to back that up when you fail. Sorry. Like research from a variety of places, the FTC, the John Taylor? I think I called him John Roberts when I was recording. John Taylor study, AARP, there's a bunch of different studies that have proven. And also Tina put one out about income disclosure statements recently. Remember to link it in the bio, link in the comment, in the freaking thing underneath the video. Yeah, so when somebody says, oh, I'm afraid of failing because of the statistics, the straight up facts and figures, because she says later, oh, I love numbers. Do you? Just the numbers of like how much money you have in your bank account. That's what you love. Because I don't think you know too much about like actually how to earn money without exploiting people, in my opinion. And people are coming at you going, well, look, even your own income disclosure statement, which I do have somewhere, your own income disclosure statement. I didn't notice that. The Enagic direct sales system allows hardworking and passionate independent distributors to share Enagic products with customers and earn commissions from those sales. They fall in love with our products. That's not a very, like, this is a business statement. Falling in love with the products. Okay, falling in love with products. So, looking at, this is 2023 for America. I know I think Australia has probably similar numbers of distributors, but they have a median amount earned that's higher because it's not saturated here yet. It will be. And look at the higher end here. 6A2-3 is when they get legacy, which is the one where they get passive income, $5,000 it starts at per month forever. But I just don't know how that works because this business model is meant to be exploitative. There's no way that they're doing something like that out of the kindness of their heart. I imagine that some people often get kicked off at that level if they're earning too much, because this company also allows you 4 spots. You don't need ghost accounts here. They're just out in the open. Wilbur and Frida are downstairs, but I don't think they realize I'm here because this is like I pretended that I was going to work. So the other dogs are somewhere around. Yeah, so look at it. 6A2-8.26% of the business as 88 people out of about, I think I worked it out the other day, about 30,000 people. 88 people are on the legacy. Then we have, and even here, like a 6A2-2, 24 grand. I don't think you could be full-time just doing Enagic if that was your median in America. No way. Unless you're single, they'll probably get you by. Then 6A2-4, $27 people, 0.08%. 6A2-5, 13 people, 0.04. And then 6A2-6 and higher, which includes Balaj, who's Kristie's upline, but he's in Canada. Hey, Murphy. Oh, Minnie's under the table. I didn't even realize. Yep, 7 people out of 30,000. Imagine a stadium full of football fans, 30,000, and 7 of those people are millionaires, clearing $1 million. Come on now. Come off it. Okay.
If you actually embraced failure, what if you actually embraced failure? What if failure was just a very normal part of it? Because if you can just accept that we're here to grow, then failure and challenges and adversity is just all part of our journey. That makes us stronger. That helps us to grow. 97% of the population is earning through capped
when
income.
people fail at things, yes, they do learn lessons. For example, third time I'm using this, you ride your bike, right? You've been riding on footpaths the whole time, so it's very safe, and you haven't fallen off your bike. one day you decide to hit a road that's got loose gravel on it and you fall off your bike. Valuable lesson learned. Let's not go and ride on the loose gravel, or if we are, we need to like be more careful, whatever. When you fail at an MLM, what's the lesson? Keep trying, because that could be the lesson of anything. But guess what? You're also losing money and probably other things, relationships, sleep, happiness. I imagine you're losing a lot of things that do not make you a better person, that actively make your life worse. So that's a pile of shit that she's just trying to convince you because she knows the figures, the facts and figures that we just went through. And so she's trying to cut you off so that you can not, it's overcoming objections. All right. There's a name for it. That's how manipulative it is. There's a name for what she's doing right now. And that is overcoming objections. So she can say, oh no, well, yes, you might fail, because she has to say that because there's a fucking good percentage of a good chance that you will. And you might fail, but it's what the lesson we learned along the way. Fuck your lesson, mate. Well, that was real Aussie.
Now, I want to ask you into the chat box, let me know, are you earning from capped income currently? So you're either employed or you are self-employed, but you still don't have the type of financial freedom or time freedom that you truly desire, right? 97% of people are earning through capped
People
income.
who have their own business don't have a capped income. That doesn't count. They don't have a capped income. There's no private business person who has their own business who's like, oh, we hit 200 grand. We're just going to stop now. Nah, done. Everybody go home. We've hit our target. We're capped here. Well, what? But boss, why are we capped? This is your business. Nah, we have a capped income. What a fucking idiot. Also, the Enagic compensation model does have certain limitations, which is once your downline goes 8 deep, you don't get paid on them anymore. You stop getting paid on them. So you have a capped income in a sense. Kristie?
And so this conversation is to shift that to uncapped income. 97% of the population are literally struggling to get by. They're trying to find the special of the cheapest like loaf of bread that week or the cheapest milk, and they're going from IGA to Woolworths to Coles to get the specials, right? They're taking advice
This
from
one
people
made me mad. Made me so mad when I first heard it. Fuck your classist bullshit. People who are rich also shop for bargains. That's why they're rich. Okay? She's got this mentality, and a lot of MLMers do, because they may not be allowed to have to make income claims, and these guys do all the fucking time. There's very little like consequences for that. But everybody else is, you have to prove your income through your lifestyle. That's what she does. So she, doesn't have to worry about what the specials are, because Kristie, you're shopping at Woolies and Coles and IGA as well, because that's our supermarket system. We don't have fancy fucking supermarkets. I bet you she orders like her steaks from somewhere and shit like that. But yeah, this is just classist bullshit, and I don't think it would matter how much money I have that I wouldn't or have or don't have, that I wouldn't, buy what I would like to eat because I have food hyperfocuses. So yeah, this is bullshit. Fuck off with this judgmental shit. Let people are allowed to buy whatever brand they like, because guess what? Sometimes the cheap brand is the one that you like. I had it was this little supermarket. I think it was there's like in Australia we have like Woolworths, Coles, but it's not like spelled like your Coles, it's spelled Coles. And that's connected to Kmart, which is similar to Target. So then we have Woolworths, Coles, IGA, which is the Independent Grocers Association, so it's a little bit more independent. And then there's a heap of other little like stores. And it used to have the best cafe latte sticks, and they were $3.50 a box. Like cheap as anything, but the best, like my favorite blend. I don't care that it's cheap. Like having more money doesn't make you a better person. Definitely not her, but it's just like, you're not better than anyone. And she might humbly say, I'm not better than anyone, but she thinks she is. Absolutely. She thinks she is.
Aren't where they want it to be. They ask things like, how much is this going to cost me? Or they say things like, this is too expensive, or I can't afford it. They are the type of people that need to get permission to do anything in their life. They need to get permission from hubby or from their wife or from their
When
parents.
I watched this last, I remembered what I was going to say immediately when she went down this hill. This is a bit where I'm doing lots of interrupting because this is her hard pitch for people. They don't realize it because they think she's just talking about other people, but she's talking about them. She's trying to make them feel like, okay, I'm going to make them feel like I'm going to shit on this 97% of people. I'm going to revere this 3% of people. I'm going to imply that they are in the 97% and speak in such a way that they want to be the 3%. And I've got the secret to getting there. So in other words, I have to stop this a lot because there's so much manipulation. It's diabolical because she's trying to scam people, in my opinion. And this is where I realized, she's gearing them up. This is overcoming objections in advance for how much the fucking water filters are going to cost, because she's going to be asking them for $16,000 a little bit down the way. 16 grand to buy into this, because they won't tell them about just buying a K8. They'll talk about the 16 grand one first, because that's the best way to get started. It's the best way to get started. Don't you want to start off on the best foot possible? If you're going to go all in and you play full out, oof. And the K8 is like 5 to 6 grand. But guess what, everybody? You can join Enagic, I'm pretty sure, just from buying the Ukon, which is the turmeric tea. So if you just get the Ukon and start selling up a storm, like your boss will still your upline will still, there's no bosses, your upline will still get, commissions afterwards. So it's just a way of, like, if you bought into this system for 30 grand, you don't have much to lose if you don't want to do it. Do you know what I mean? You only lost the $30. Oh, I think it's closer to $100, which is ridiculous for turmeric tea. Yeah, if you fail at it, then it's okay. You only lost $30 from the Ukon, but the 16 grand and even the 5 grand is something that costs a lot of money, puts you in debt, most people, because they push this financing option, which you can get from Enagic, and this really schemy, like suspicious place called Pink Loans. That's just my opinion. I've got a TikTok about that. And yeah, it gets them stuck because they need to make that money back. And that's what she's all about. So she's trying to head them off at the pass here to say, it's not too expensive. You don't want to be like the 97%. 97% of people think things are too expensive, and you don't want to do that. You want to be in the 3%. 3% of people say, oh, yes, I'm open to that opportunity. Ooh, it's gross. And then she's trying to get into the middle of relationships. Oh, you have to get permission from your husband or wife or parent. Yeah. Because guess what? Some people have respectful relationships with their partners and family. So they discuss financial matters. And if I had a partner who came home one day and saying, I just spent 16 grand on 2 water filters and a shower head and some tea, that would cause a problem, I imagine. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that it probably has caused problems in relationships. And even when they were doing this ridiculous shit, there was one person who says, I haven't convinced hubby yet. Like, how selfish, like, I can't imagine getting in between people's relationships just to sell this bullshit. Like, marriages break up. Parents and children become estranged from each other. Like, it's really, really destructive. And she's just, it's better for her, actually, way better for her, for you to be in some sort of emotional strife with your partner, because that's where she can really convince you that she cares. She knows what you're going through. She is your savior, come along to sweep you into this big bank account, going on holidays and little. She's selling a fucking nightmare, not a dream. And it's disgusting. Ugh.
They're the type of people that won't get resourceful, and they stay limited year after year after year after year. They stay in comfort zone. They blame. They're victims for their life. They think everything is a scam. Anything good that comes their way, 97% of people think it's a scam.
It's interesting. Anything good that comes along, they think it's a scam.
What about when someone has a baby? People think that's fairly good, right? Most people, when they have children. Ah, fuck. My partner just had a baby. What a fucking scam. Wrong. I wonder if my door's open, so because my dad went away. What about if you buy like something that's good? What else? I bought the 2024 Mickey. I've got a couple of these with the years. I'm strictly a Minnie Mouse collector, but I wanted the 2024. Good. Is it a scam? It's a little bit more expensive, but I wouldn't say that's a scam because I'm going to collect it. What else? Yeah. There are good things that no one thinks are scams. You know, going for a walk, having a nice meal. You just have to say this because you know that is going to be an objection. It's not a scam. Why are you mentioning it? Why do you have to say anything? If somebody is pitching you a business opportunity and they say the words, it's not a scam, it might just be a scam. What do you reckon? Also, see income disclosure statement and statistics about MLMs.
So how do we shift? How do we shift? How do we shift into the 3% of people that
That would have been echoey, sorry. Give me money. That's what she said. Get in my downline. That's how you shift. But you don't really shift. She's just telling you that because this is manipulation and gaslighting 101. No, maybe it's a bit advanced actually. 102.
actually create true freedom. Now, this is the thing. If you can dedicate 3 to 5 years of your life into building something that's actually going to get you closer to freedom, you will live the rest of your life like most people never will. Right? Who's hearing me? Who's getting this? Who's loving this conversation so far? So here's the thing. Here's the thing with the 3%. The 3% of people worldwide that actually live a healthy life, a happy life, a fulfilled life, a present life, a successful life, a life where they truly have time and financial freedom, this is how they think and operate. They value their time.
All of this, please notice, dear viewer, all of these things everybody does. Most people do. I spent 2 hours watching this the other day, and I really fucking value my time. So I was really upset that the recording didn't work. I hate wasting time. Not because of money, though. So many people value time. So many people. Like, this is bullshit. All of this. And I hope there was somebody in this audience who were recognizing that they already do all the things that she is talking about.
They know that their most precious resource is their time. They don't spend 100 or 160 hours of their time every month building somebody else's
Kristie
dreams.
doesn't know much about other professions. She makes a lot of assumptions based on her life because she's very selfish. She thinks that everybody has lived this life in a box and, work as much as she did. Like, she's very egocentric. Like, her only reference of relating to other people is projecting herself onto them. And it's just not how the world is. I don't work 160 hours a month, and I'm not building anyone else's dreams because that's not how education's set up. Like, it's not, I don't have, like, in a different way, maybe, if I'm thinking like just out wide, like we might have a principal. So we did have a principal one day and they wanted to do like a few years ago now. We had this Harvard professor come over, Dr. John Collins, and we were doing his Collins writing system, which was fantastic. It was really good. And that was her project, and the benefit would be for the students to have better reading and writing and so on, because it was a writing program. So that is a dream that is, like, is that not a good dream? A good goal to improve students' results in reading and writing? And like, I technically work 5 hours a day or get paid for 5 hours a day. I probably work 6 to 7 hours. But I get a really good hourly rate.
Just so they can pay the bills, right? They treat life like it's a party. They have fun. They choose to live in alignment with their highest values. They trust themselves in their own decisions.
If everything was fun, then you would stop having fun. You would, like, fun, is connected to maybe like adrenaline, cortisol, like those high vibey sort of systems in our body. And eventually, if you're just having one fun long party, you would get bored by what you found fun. And then what you need to do, because this is similar to like drug addiction, you'll need to do more things with like that step it up. And that sounds like you would take bigger risks with what you're doing. And I don't think that's healthy at all. We need ups and downs to appreciate. We need the downs to appreciate the ups, okay? This toxic positivity of we get to be a party and have fun all day, every day. That's just not, like, it's not realistic. You shouldn't promise it, and you can't promise it. Now, when she's talking about, oh, you get to be, they trust themselves. In other words, they make a decision without being influenced by somebody who might try to talk them out of joining a pyramid scheme, and somebody who might love them with no ulterior motives to make money off them. That's what this is. It's trying to get the person to make a decision about their finances, a big decision about their finances, because they back themselves. We back ourselves. You need to back yourself, and don't let your husband, wife, family, whatever, take away your power. So then, if you do talk to your partner and they say, I don't think this is a good idea, she's going to have you thinking that they're trying to take away your power. That's disgusting. Again, that she is willing to get into the middle of relationships, gross.
Right? They're not asking for somebody else's permission outside of them. They have an investor's mindset, right? Are not like looking at ways that things can't happen, but always looking at how things can happen, right? What is this going to make me? We need to shift out of things being expensive, right? And stop that language if we really, truly want to create financial freedom. Our relationship with money matters. Our relationship with building wealth matters. We've got to start treating money as though we're in a relationship with it. Imagine if you spoke poorly about your husband or your wife. There probably wouldn't be a relationship. So why do you speak poorly about money? Why is it that when bills come in, you're like, oh, shit, the bills have come in. Oh, this is so expensive. I'm so sick of this.
Yeah, I can explain that, because bills are expensive, and not everybody has as much money as you. That's why people do that. Also, money is an inanimate object. It is ridiculous. You're not going to make more by talking to it nicely. Like, what a fucking stupid idea. I know, like, there's manifestation and things like that, but no, this is not what it's so ridiculous. She's ridiculous.
Or when something comes your way, you're like, oh, no, it's too expensive, I can't afford it, and you just wipe it out completely. Okay, we've got to start shifting into the investor mindset. The person who actually starts to think of every investment as not a cost, but an investment. What is the ROI? That's what you need to start asking. The 3%
there
of
is
people
an
get
ROI sort of like statement that your company has. It's called the income disclosure statement. The ROI is not that good. Just saying.
resourceful, and they ask, how can I make this happen? How can I find a way out of no way? Because sometimes we only see the 1% of the 360% that's actually available. So we only see the 1% and not the 359% of ways around us.
What the fuck? What the actual fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? The 3% sees a 359 and 1 and 360% around us. Ladies and gentlemen, Kristie is not very smart, in my opinion. Like, I think I know what she's trying to say, but that was an ineloquent way to say it. Like, my God, talk about mixing metaphors. It's just ridiculous. That just doesn't make any sense. And I bet, because I didn't look at, did I get this? No, this one wasn't live. I wasn't on live. I bet you they're like, oh yeah, fire. That's so good, Kristie. What a crock of shit.
The 3% of people backs themselves, right? They don't stay in limitation. They invest into healing. They invest into their own growth. They know that they are not these limitations. It's okay to accept that these limitations may be there, but it's another thing to let them dictate your life. So the 3% is committed to growth, is committed to healing these things. The 3% gets comfortable with being uncomfortable. If we are on a fun, freedom, growth journey and like celebration, then you bet it's not about staying in the comfort zone. How boring to stay comfortable. Okay? And the 3% keeps an open mindset. So let me ask you a question. Do you have the vehicle?
Open mindset, that means taking all of the things that Kristie says. Taking on everything that she says. That's what she means. Do you have the vehicle for this? Because I do. It's a water filter.
Right now, the way of creating income that is actually going to give you your definition of freedom. At the start of this journey tonight, of this party, Jo shared with you her freedom script, okay? And she's been doing this a long time. I do practices like this as well, called future pacing and, 5 cents of scripts and all these types of things. And when I very first started, I wrote a script when I was totally broke. I was broken, and I wrote this script that in 90 days' time, I acted as though I was 90 days down the future. And I wrote it as the 30th of November, 2017.
Who cares? Who gives a fuck? It just proves that you have to get in early in an MLM to do well. Get in earlier than everybody else, She's been in this for 2017, 7 years. Wow. Like, it's such bullshit. And things like this lead me to believe that a lot of them are lying, because she's telling them to act and pretend as if they're successful, and it will come. But guess what? It doesn't come for everybody.
And I'm sitting at this beautiful cafe. I can hear the waves. I'm sitting with my family. We've just birthed our first baby boy. We've just had our first 6-figure month. Right, we've paid hundreds of thousands of dollars in the last few months. We're about to go traveling business class around the world, staying at these beautiful 5-star hotels. We're living a life of fun and freedom and health and purpose. We're impacting thousands of other people's lives. Guess what?
Privilege. Yeah, you are impacting thousands of lives. Not all good.
All of that came true. That exact script that I wrote 90 days down 90 days in the future, at the start of that 90 days, I was broke. I had zero in my account. So this is the thing. Things can shift very quickly when we decide to have a line in the sand moment. We walk over the line, right? And we change the course.
This is suspicious to me, because she says she had $0, right? Did Clint have money then? Because I know just before they went, just before their baby was born, they went to Byron Bay. I think they live on the Sunshine Coast or the Gold Coast, which is it's not too far away from Byron Bay. And some people might have heard of Byron Bay. American viewers, it's like a pretty good beachy tourist town. Lots of hippies. These guys are fake hippies though, because they're capitalist pigs. It's the aesthetic. And they went to Byron Bay. Privilege, money. You need money to go to Byron Bay and stay there. And then they went to either like a tarot card reader or a psychic or something like that. You need money for that. The psychic told them to go to Canada, apparently, because this is Clint. I've heard Clint tell this story. And a psychic wouldn't just flat out say, "Hey, you need to go to Canada." It was, you've got a journey coming up, and I think you should go on that journey. Oh, we're going to go to Canada. No money. They go back to Brisbane or Gold Coast or whatever, right? I think Clint was talking about ringing around and getting people signed up or something like that, and then they didn't have a ticket, but they went to the airport and somehow made it to Canada. Curious, right? All with no money, $0. And then they went to Canada to an event, which I'm sure was not free as well. And they stayed with Balaj, which might have been free. Wouldn't it be just so funny if he charged them eventually? It's like if Jessie Lee charged Courtney, like, wouldn't put it past her. Yeah. Yeah. So all of that stuff requires money. And that was when you said you were broke. So every time she opens her mouth, she's just spewing more bullshit, in my opinion.
Change where we're going, right? We stop thinking like the 97%. We stop acting like the 97%. We stop hanging out with the 97%. We stop making decisions like the 97%.
What if your family loves you dearly and has accepted that you're going to do this thing and you say, and she's telling you, don't hang around with the 97%. Don't you do it. Don't you hang around them. They're bad news because they're going to say stuff that's negative about your MLM. Is that it? Is that it? Because I think it might be it. She's so pathetic. Like, if your business model, if your plan was so good, why do you have to say shit like this? You shouldn't have to say shit like this. It should be just like, we've got a great business. And here it is. Please get involved. It's a really rewarding thing. The end. No, you have to do hour and a half long diatribes. Diatribes? Can't remember which one it is. I'll fix it up in a sec. Yeah, just having people. Oh, now I can't remember what I was going to say because diatribe got me stuck. What's she talking about again? I can't remember. Okay. Oh, that's right. They don't need to go off on a million tangents to sell their opportunity like you are, you know?
Stop earning how the 97% of people are earning, and we actually start tapping into the 3%. We go where the people have gone that have what we desire. We go with them. We build with them, right? So what I want to share with you tonight is our freedom model, right? And in order to create true freedom, you need to have something that's actually going to support you to create not just the money, but also the time, where you don't have to check your calendar or your bank account in order to say yes to the things that you truly want to do, okay? Like, I know for me, like, I live a very spontaneous life. I live very much in the flow of what I want to do. And so sometimes I wake up and I'm like, oh, I feel like going on a health retreat. And I'm like, there the next day. I pay thousands of dollars to stay at these beautiful health retreats, and literally I'm like, cool.
Sounds really selfish, like that you don't really think about your children when you are doing something like that so spontaneously. I'm not trying to parent shame at all, but she's the one who always brings up like how the lifestyle she's chosen as a millionaire or whatever involves her children being left a bunch of times, you know, like that she's gone off on some sort of health retreat. It seems very selfish that you put yourself first. And I've heard her say as much. I don't have children, all right, but if you saw that, you know, like the amount of stuff that she does without her children, I would feel resentful as a child of, you know, mum's always on Zooms and, you know, like talking to people about water and blah, 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 you know, and just not being there. That's the other main thing. Like, she just isn't there. I'm getting tired again. My iced coffee is nearly finished, so I've got to go and start chores soon. I'm just delaying it.
Okay, this is the type of abundance and freedom that is truly available for you all. You just have to you just have to choose it, and you have to stop restricting yourself or allowing these perceived limitations to dictate where you're going in your life. Right? So a little bit about myself before I actually tap into what is this ROI model? What is this legacy income model? What is this model where we are having the most fun ever, right? Like, we have the most incredible community of thousands of people across the world that are actually creating their dreams and their visions every day and having the most fun ever whilst doing it, right? Having consistent celebrations every single day in their life. So a little bit about me and my journey.
I've seen a screenshot of you crying. You posted it to Facebook, so it's not fun all the time, clearly. And you shouldn't be promising that because, again, high and low propensity, like, no, I don't know where that thought was going. I was thinking of voters. This is when you're not tired. Fuck, my brain scattered. Also, she's like, oh, you just have a perceived limitation. No, it's pretty real. It's not perceived. It's not perceived. Yeah?
And why I'm sitting here tonight having a freedom party with this weird celebration hat on, talking to you guys at 8 o'clock at night about creating true freedom in your life. So for me, I very much follow the traditional ways of what we're taught, right, in the 97%. Go to school, be a good girl, go to university, get good grades, go get a good job. So I did that. Of course, I didn't know any other way. Right? A lot of us don't know any other way, so I went and did that. And when I got the good job, I was like, oh my God, I'm earning $65,000 in a year. This is amazing. I'm successful. I've made it. 8 months into that journey, I realized that I'd just been fed a lie. I was like, this is not success. This is awful. I feel like I'm in jail. This is like, I'm not even barely able to pay my bills, let alone thrive. And at 22, I started to ask myself some pretty big questions. What does my dream life actually look like?
22, imagine The absolute arrogance of somebody to say at 22 they deserve more. Oh, 65 grand, which is like a dream wage for so many people, right? Oh, is this it? Is this all there is? I can barely pay my bills. Yeah, well, join everybody else. Like, you're not special. And I know she said before, I'm not special. I'm just an everyday person. But she thinks she's fucking special. Absolutely, she does. She thinks that she's better than people, that she deserves more. And because she's successful in this MLM and at the top of the compensation plan, she thinks that she should be in charge of more than just the pyramid scheme, you know? Like, she wants to be a major player in business. But, sweetie, success in an MLM is not really success. It is, it's inflated and based on luck. And most people, if they hang in there long enough, they do get to earn a certain decent amount of money. But at what cost? You know where that money's coming from your downline. Come on.
If time and money were no issue, what would I be doing with my life? Why has nobody ever asked me these questions before? I read a book
I
called
don't know
4 Hour
why
Work Week.
nobody had asked you those questions before, because being a teacher, that is something that I've talked to students about. But guess what I say? So when students go from 10th grade to 11th grade in Australia, so 11th and 12th are like senior years. I don't understand freshman, senior, I don't know what the middle one is, but we don't have that system. It's a junior or a senior or middle schooler, but senior and junior. And when they go from 10 to 11, they do this thing called a set plan, which is their secondary education pathway or something like that. And that they do that with like a higher position teacher or pod or administration. And then, like that's their plan. And I've had to teach careers before, and it pisses me off the way that we teach careers that, oh, you've got to do this math in grade 8, otherwise you won't get a job and you'll fail at life. Wrong. I always encourage students to not decide, because I didn't decide. I decided I wanted to be a teacher after I left school. And I think there's time to work it out. And that's something that I do preach. There's time to work out what your position is going to be. And part of that does involve asking them, what is your dream? What do you want to be? Where do you want to go? What are you thinking about for your own future? And that's a big question to ask somebody when they're 15. Absolutely. But in 3 years' time, they have to be thinking about getting into uni. Or they can go as a mature age student like I did. I was only mature age by 1 year, because I had, in Australia, we call it a gap year, which is in between like finishing school and going to uni, and like the gap break or whatever. And I had a gap year, but it wasn't called a gap year. It was just called getting a job and not going to uni. So, and I had a really dead end job that made my brain melt because it was so boring, and that's what made me want to go to university. So, people are asking you what you want for your dreams. I also find a lot of these MLMers talk about, oh, I was never taught this at school. Well, you should have been. Maybe you weren't listening,
Tim Ferriss, and it spoke about most people go and find an income stream, and then they try to fit their dream life around that. So they're working 40 hours a week, 50 hours a week, whatever it is. And then in these small pockets, when they're not tired and burnt out, they're trying to find a little bit of time to live a little, to join the party, to have some fun. There's like a window, and then boom, they're back in. They're back in the matrix. They're back in the 97%. And so this is what we've got to start to get out of and start to realize if we're stuck in that, right? And Tim Ferriss spoke about, like, what you actually need to do is get clear on what your dream life looks like. Get clear on what freedom means to you, and start living your life like that, and find an income stream that's actually going to support you to create that. Okay. And this changed my life. I was like, okay, well, I need to leave my job. So I left my job. I had no savings. I had no backup plan. I could not get a line of credit. I had already stuffed up my credit rating because I had a very bad relationship with money from stuff as a child, which came into my adult years. So I just was like, you know what? I got to take the risk. I got to take the chance. And I'm so glad I did. At 22 years old, I left that world, and I went and decided to be an entrepreneur. And I thought, oh, great. In 6 months' time, I'm going to be an entrepreneur. I'm going to have all this freedom. And that is not how it went. I was a struggling entrepreneur for my first 5 to 6 years. I had a lot of failures, and I had a lot of adversity, and I had a lot of challenges, but I never gave up on it.
That's interesting, because how do you survive if you didn't have any money? Because, like, generally we need money to live. to buy food, shelter, things like that. It's just suspicious, that's all. Like, how did that all happen? And it just, like I said before, it's like there's gaps in her story and she doesn't explain them very well. And sometimes Clint fills the gaps in. But you weren't completely useless and you weren't an entrepreneur. What did you open? You know, like, what did you do with your money? Oh, to get money. Because I can't imagine that you just didn't do anything. Maybe. Yeah, this is fucked up.
Vision. We need to make our why bigger than any fears or limitations. So I decided to get clear on my why. I decided to get clear on my vision, and I decided to stay the course, right? And keep going until I found the thing that was actually going to get me to where I wanted to go. So in that time of failing and struggling, I kept an open mind. And I had a lot of failures. I got scammed over 5 figures from a manufacturer in China because I set up an eBay store and I was importing blenders and juices. And what ended up arriving was a fake pair of sunglasses.
She got scammed over figures from China. What the fuck does that mean? That's so weird. That's so weird. What else did she say? What? I think it might be time to stop because my brain's gone all fuzzy. She just does my head in because it's so much bullshit. Like this goes on for nearly another hour. Like so much bullshit. I might just do it on the little one. Bye. No, I'm not really going. Okay, I need to test the microphone because I have changed the position of the air conditioner. So let's hope it's good because obviously there's different things in my background. I'm in the middle of moving everything. I had a bunch of plants in the room and I'm going to put them somewhere else. And I've got, hey, a chair here. I'm very excited. It's like a lazy chair and you can put your legs up, but I need to move where the desk is. Anyway. Okay. Dinner's nearly ready. We are going to keep reacting to Kristie Exord killing me softly. With this song telling my whole world. With this song killing me softly. With this song. Yeah. I could have gone professional.
So I decided to get clear on my why. I decided to get clear on my vision, and I decided to stay the course, right? And keep going until I found the thing that was actually going to get me to where I wanted to go. So in that time of failing and struggling, I kept an open mind. And I had a lot of failures. I got scammed over 5 figures from a manufacturer in China because I set up an eBay store and I was importing blenders and juices. And what ended up arriving was a fake pair of sunglasses.
I think I might have already said this, but she got scammed by figures. Anyone want to touch that? Because what do you mean you got scammed by figures? And you, instead of getting juices and blenders, you got sunglasses? Sounds like you weren't very smart in your decision making there. You know? Alright, I want to stop there and see what sounds like. Oh, that's annoying. I can't see myself. Yeah, it works, but I can't see myself. Okay, let's keep going. I'm also working on an embroidery. This one today, alpha female, because, you know, the alpha males. I'm going to have another one that's like, alpha males don't need to be told they're alpha males by podcasters or something like that. And boycott male podcasts or something like that.
So this is the thing. And so this is the thing. How we actually start to shift is, number one, we have to really be willing to let the old version of us go. the 97% way of doing things. Now, what I mean by this is there is a certain way that
What she
97%
means by this is that you give her money and then she gets richer. That's it.
way of doing things. Now, what I mean by this is there is a certain way that 97% of the population are living and deciding, right? Making decisions from this place. So the 97% of people in life say things like, I'll wait until the perfect time. And then they just end up waiting. And another year goes past, and another year goes past, and another year goes past, and they're still waiting for the perfect time, but nothing's really changed, right? The 97% of people stay stuck in, I'm scared to fail. And so it prevents them from actually trying anything. They don't take any risk because they're scared of failing.
And guess what? In MLMs, that is justified. If you fail in an MLM, there's actually like facts and figures that are going to back that up when you fail. Sorry. Like research from a variety of places, the FTC, the John Taylor? I think I called him John Roberts when I was recording. John Taylor study, AARP, there's a bunch of different studies that have proven, and also Tina put one out about income disclosure statements recently. Remember to link it in the bio, link in the comment, in the freaking thing underneath the video. Yeah, so when somebody says, oh, I'm afraid of failing because of the statistics, the straight up facts and figures, because she says later, oh, I love numbers. Do you? Just the numbers of like how much money you have in your bank account. That's what you love. Because I don't think you know too much about like actually how to earn money without exploiting people, in my opinion. And people are coming at you going, well, look, even your own income disclosure statement, which I do have somewhere. I didn't notice that. The Enagic direct sales system allows hardworking and passionate independent distributors to share Enagic products with customers and earn commissions from those sales. They fall in love with our products. That's not a very, like, this is a business statement. Falling in love with the products. Okay, falling in love with products. So, looking at, this is 2023 for America. I know I think Australia has probably similar numbers of distributors, but they have a median amount earned that's higher because it's not saturated here yet. It will be. And look at the higher end here. 6A2-3 is when they get legacy, which is the one where they get passive income, $5,000 it starts at per month forever. But I just don't know how that works because this business model is meant to be exploitative. There's no way that they're doing something like that out of the kindness of their heart. I imagine that some people often get kicked off at that level if they're earning too much, because this company also allows you 4 spots. You don't need ghost accounts here. They're just out in the open. Okay. Wilbur and Frida are downstairs, but I don't think they realize I'm here because this is like I pretended that I was going to work. So the other dogs are somewhere around. Yeah, so look at it. 6A2-8.26% of the business as 88 people out of about, I think I worked it out the other day, about 30,000. 30,000 people. 88 people are on the legacy. Then we have, and even here, like a 6A2-2, 24,000. I don't think you could be full-time just doing Enagic if that was your median in America. No way. Unless you're single, they'll probably get you by. Then 6A2-4, $27, 27 people, 0.08%. 6A2-5, 13 people, 0.04. And then 6A2-6 and higher, which includes Balaj, who's Kristie's upline, but he's in Canada. Hey, Murphy. Oh, Minnie's under the table. I didn't even realize. Yeah, 7 people out of 30,000. Imagine a stadium full of football fans, 30,000, and 7 of those people are millionaires, clearing $1 million. Come on now. Come off it. Okay.
If you actually embraced failure, what if you actually embraced failure? What if failure was just a very normal part of it? Because if you can just accept that we're here to grow, then failure and challenges and adversity is just all part of our journey. That makes us stronger, that helps us to grow. 97% of the population is earning through capped income.
When people fail at things, yes, they do learn lessons. For example, third time I'm using this, you ride your bike, right? You've been riding on footpaths the whole time, so it's very safe, and you haven't fallen off your bike. One day you decide to hit a road that's got loose gravel on it, and you fall off your bike. Valuable lesson learned. Let's not go and ride on the loose gravel, or if we are, we need to like be more careful, whatever. When you fail at an MLM, what's the lesson? Keep trying, because that could be the lesson of anything. But guess what? You're also losing money and probably other things, relationships, sleep, happiness. I imagine you're losing a lot of things that do not make you a better person, that actively make your life worse. So that's a pile of shit that she's just trying to convince you, because she knows the facts and figures that we just went through. And so she's trying to cut you off so that you can not, it's overcoming objections. All right. There's a name for it. That's how manipulative it is. There's a name for what she's doing right now. And that is overcoming objections. So she can say, oh no, well, yes, you might fail, because she has to say that, because there's a fucking good percentage of a good chance that you will. And you might fail, but it's what the lesson we learned along the way. Fuck your lesson, mate. Oh, that was real Aussie.
Now, I want to ask you into the chat box, let me know, are you earning from capped income currently? So you're either employed or you are self-employed, but you still don't have the type of financial freedom or time freedom that you truly desire, right? 97% of people are earning through capped income.
People who have their own business don't have a capped income. That doesn't count. They don't have a capped income. There's no private business person who has their own business who's like, oh, we hit 200 grand. We're just going to stop now. Nah, done. Everybody go home. We've hit our target. We're capped here. Well, what? But boss, why are we capped? This is your business. Nah, we have a capped income. What a fucking idiot. Also, the Enagic compensation model does have certain limitations, which is once your downline goes 8 deep, you don't get paid on them anymore. You stop getting paid on them. So you have a capped income in a sense. Kristie?
And so this conversation is to shift that to uncapped income. 97% of the population are literally struggling to get by. They're trying to find the special of the cheapest like loaf of bread that week, or the cheapest milk, and they're going from IGA to Woolworths to Coles to get the specials, right? They're taking advice
This
from
one
people.
made me mad. Made me so mad when I first heard it. Fuck your classist bullshit. People who are rich also shop for bargains. That's why they're rich. Okay? She's got this mentality, and a lot of MLMers do, because they may not be allowed to have to make income claims, and these guys do all the fucking time. There's very little like consequences for that. But everybody else is, you have to prove your income through your lifestyle. That's what she does. So she, doesn't have to worry about what the specials are, because Kristie, you're shopping at Woolies and Coles and IGA as well, because that's our supermarket system. We don't have fancy fucking supermarkets. I bet you she orders like her steaks from somewhere and shit like that. But yeah, this is just classist bullshit, and I don't think it would matter how much money I have, that I wouldn't or have or don't have, that I wouldn't, buy what I would like to eat, because I have food hyperfocuses. So yeah, this is bullshit. Fuck off with this judgmental shit. Let people are allowed to buy whatever brand they like, because guess what? Sometimes the cheap brand is the one that you like. I had it was this little supermarket. I think it was there's like in Australia we have like Woolworths, Coles, but it's not like spelled like your Coles, it's spelled Coles. And that's connected to Kmart, which is similar to Target. So then we have Woolworths, Coles, IGA, which is the Independent Grocers Association, so it's a little bit more independent. And then there's a heap of other little like stores. And it used to have the best cafe latte sticks, and they were $3.50 a box. Like cheap as anything, but the best, like my favorite blend. I don't care that it's cheap. Like having more money doesn't make you a better person. Definitely not her, but it's just like, you're not better than anyone. She might humbly say, I'm not better than anyone, but she thinks she is. Absolutely, she thinks she is.
Aren't where they want it to be.
They ask things like, how much is this going to cost me? Or they say things like, this is too expensive, or I can't afford it. They are the type of people that need to get permission to do anything in their life. They need to get permission from hubby or from their wife or from their parents.
When I watched this last night, I remembered what I was going to say immediately when she went down this hill. This is a bit where I'm doing lots of interrupting because this is her hard pitch for people. They don't realize it because they think she's just talking about other people, but she's talking about them. She's trying to make them feel like, okay, I'm going to make them feel like I'm going to shit on this 97% of people. I'm going to revere this 3% of people. I'm going to imply that they are in the 97% and speak in such a way that they want to be the 3%. And I've got the secret to getting there. So in other words, I have to stop this a lot because there's so much manipulation. It's diabolical because she's trying to scam people, in my opinion. And this is where I realized, she's gearing them up. This is overcoming objections in advance for how much the fucking water filters are going to cost, because she's going to be asking them for $16,000 a little bit down the way. 16 grand to buy into this, because they won't tell them about just buying a K8. They'll talk about the 16 grand one first, because that's the best way to get started. It's the best way to get started. Don't you want to start off on the best foot possible? If you're going to go all in and you play full out, oof. And the K8 is like 5 to 6 grand. But guess what, everybody? You can join Enagic, I'm pretty sure, just from buying the Ukon, which is the turmeric tea. So if you just get the Ukon and start selling up a storm, like your boss will still your upline will still, there's no bosses, your upline will still get, commissions afterwards. So it's just a way of, like, if you bought into this system for 30 grand, you don't have much to lose if you don't want to do it. Do you know what I mean? You only lost the $30. Oh, I think it's closer to $100, which is ridiculous. For turmeric tea, yeah, if you fail at it, then it's okay. You only lost $30 from the Ukon, but the 16 grand and even the 5 grand is something that costs a lot of money, puts you in debt, most people, because they push this financing option, which you can get from Enagic, and this really schemy, like suspicious place called Pink Loans. That's just my opinion. I've got a TikTok about that. And yeah, it gets them stuck because they need to make that money back. And that's what she's all about. So she's trying to head them off at the pass here to say, it's not too expensive. You don't want to be like the 97%. 97% of people think things are too expensive, and you don't want to do that. You want to be in the 3%. 3% of people say, oh, yes, I'm open to that opportunity. Ooh, it's gross. And then I need a sip. And then she's trying to get into the middle of relationships. Oh, you have to get permission from your husband or wife or parent. Yeah. Because guess what? Some people have respectful relationships with their partners and family. So they discuss financial matters. And if I had a partner who came home one day and saying, I just spent 16 grand on 2 water filters and a shower head and some tea, that would cause a problem, I imagine. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that it probably has caused problems in relationships. And even when they were doing this ridiculous shit, there was one person who says, I haven't convinced hubby yet. Like, how selfish, Like, I can't imagine getting in between people's relationships just to sell this bullshit. Like, marriages break up. Parents and children become estranged from each other. Like, it's really, really destructive. And she's just, it's better for her, actually, way better for her, for you to be in some sort of emotional strife with your partner, because that's where she can really convince you that she cares. She knows what you're going through. She is your savior, come along to sweep you into this big bank account, going on holidays and little. She's selling a fucking nightmare, not a dream. And it's disgusting. Ugh.
They're the type of people that won't get resourceful and they stay limited year after year after year after year. They stay in comfort zone, they blame, they're victims for their life. They think everything is a scam. Anything good that comes their way, 97% of people think it's a scam.
It's interesting. Anything good that comes along, they think it's a scam. What about when someone has a baby? People think that's fairly good, right? Most people, when they have children. Ah, fuck. My partner just had a baby. What a fucking scam. Wrong. I wonder if my door's open, so because my dad went away. What about if you buy like something that's good? What else? I bought the 2024 Mickey. I've got a couple of these with the years. I'm strictly a Minnie Mouse collector, but I wanted the 2024. Good. Is it a scam? It's a little bit more expensive, but I wouldn't say that's a scam because I'm going to collect it. What else? Yeah. There are good things that no one thinks are scams. You know, going for a walk, having a nice meal. You just have to say this because you know that is going to be an objection. It's not a scam. Why are you mentioning it? Why do you have to say anything? If somebody is pitching you a business opportunity and they say the words, it's not a scam, it might just be a scam. What do you reckon? Also, see income disclosure statement and statistics about MLMs.
So how do we shift? How do we shift into the 3% of people that
That would have been echoey, sorry. Give me money. That's what she said. Get in my downline. That's how you shift. But you don't really shift. She's just telling you that because this is manipulation and gaslighting 101. No, maybe it's a bit advanced actually. 102.
actually create true freedom? Now, this is the thing. If you can dedicate 3 to 5 years of your life into building something that's actually going to get you closer to freedom, you will live the rest of your life like most people never will. Right? Who's hearing me? Who's getting this? Who's loving this conversation so far? So here's the thing. Here's the thing with the 3%. The 3% of people worldwide that actually live a healthy life, a happy life, a fulfilled life, a present life, a successful life, a life where they truly have time and financial freedom, this is how they think and operate. They value their time.
All of this, please notice, dear viewer, all of these things everybody does. Most people do. I spent 2 hours watching this the other day, and I really fucking value my time. So I was really upset that the recording didn't work. I hate wasting time. Not because of money, though. So many people value time. So many people. Like, this is bullshit. All of this. And I hope there was somebody in this audience who were recognizing that they already do all the things that she is talking about.
They know that their most precious resource is their time. They don't spend 100 or 160 hours of their time every month building something else's
Kristie
dreams.
doesn't know much about other professions. She makes a lot of assumptions based on her life because she's very selfish. She thinks that everybody has lived this life in a box and, work as much as she did. Like, she's very egocentric. Like, her only reference of relating to other people is projecting herself onto them. And it's just not how the world is. I don't work 160 hours a month, and I'm not building anyone else's dreams because that's not how education's set up. Like, it's not, I don't have, like, in a different way, maybe, if I'm thinking like just out wide, like we might have a principal. So we did have a principal one day and they wanted to do like a few years ago now. We had this Harvard professor come over, Dr. John Collins, and we were doing his Collins writing system, which was fantastic. It was really good. And that was her project, and the benefit would be for the students to have better reading and writing and so on, because it was a writing program. So that is a dream that is, like, is that not a good dream? A good goal to improve students' results in reading and writing? And like, I technically work 5 hours a day or get paid for 5 hours a day. I probably work 6 to 7 hours. But I get a really good hourly rate. I need to see what Mabel's talking about. Mabel! Mabel, what are you barking at? What are you doing? Come here. Come on. What are you doing? Where are you? Come here.
Just so they can pay the bills, right? They treat life like it's a party. They have fun. They choose to live in alignment with their highest values. They trust themselves in their own decisions.
If everything was fun, then you would stop having fun. You would like fun, is connected to maybe like adrenaline, cortisol, like those high vibey sort of systems in our body. And eventually, if you're just having one fun long party, you would get bored by what you found fun. And then what you need to do, because this is similar to like drug addiction, you'll need to do more things with like that, step it up. And that sounds like you would take bigger risks with what you're doing. And I don't think that's healthy at all. We need ups and downs to appreciate. We need the downs to appreciate the ups, okay? This toxic positivity of we get to be a party and have fun all day, every day. That's just not, like, it's not realistic. You shouldn't promise it, and you can't promise it. Now, when she's talking about, oh, you get to be, they trust themselves. In other words, they make a decision without being influenced by somebody who might try to talk them out of joining a pyramid scheme, and somebody who might love them with no ulterior motives to make money off them. That's what this is. It's trying to get the person to make a decision about their finances, a big decision about their finances, because they back themselves. We back ourselves. You need to back yourself, and don't let your husband, wife, family, whatever, take away your power. So then, if you do talk to your partner and they say, I don't think this is a good idea, she's going to have you thinking that they're trying to take away your power. That's disgusting. Again, that she is willing to get into the middle of relationships. Gross.
Right? They're not asking for somebody else's permission outside of them. They have an investor's mindset, right? Are not like looking at ways that things can't happen, but always looking at how things can happen, right? What is this going to make me? We need to shift out of things being expensive, right? And stop that language if we really, truly want to create financial freedom. Our relationship with money matters. Our relationship with building wealth matters. We've got to start treating money as though we're in a relationship with it. Imagine if you spoke poorly about your husband or your wife. There probably wouldn't be a relationship. So why do you speak poorly about money? Why is it that when bills come in, you're like, oh, shit, the bills have come in. This is so expensive. I'm so sick of this.
Yeah, I can explain that, because bills are expensive, and not everybody has as much money as you. That's why people do that. Also, money is an inanimate object. It is ridiculous. You're not going to make more by talking to it nicely. Like, what a fucking stupid idea. I know, like, there's manifestation and things like that, but no, this is not what shouldn't. It's so ridiculous. She's ridiculous.
Or when something comes your way, you're like, oh, no, it's too expensive, I can't afford it, and you just wipe it out completely. Okay, we've got to start shifting into the investor mindset. The person who actually starts to think of every investment as not a cost, but an investment. What is the ROI? That's what you need to start asking.
Yeah, there is an ROI sort of like statement that your company has. It's called the income disclosure statement. The ROI is not that good. Just saying.
And they ask, how can I make this happen? How can I find a way out of no way? Because sometimes we only see the 1% of the 360% that's actually available. So we only see the 1% and not the 359% of ways around us.
What the fuck? What the actual fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? The 3% sees a 359 and 1 and 360% around us. Ladies and gentlemen, Kristie is not very smart, in my opinion. Like, I think I know what she's trying to say, but that was an inelegant, ineloquent way to say it. Like, my God, talk about mixing metaphors. It's just ridiculous. That just doesn't make any sense. And I bet, because I didn't look at, did I get this? No, this one wasn't live. I wasn't on live. I bet you they're like, oh yeah, fire. That's so good, Kristie. What a crock of shit.
The 3% of people backs themselves, right? They don't stay in limitation. They invest into healing. They invest into their own growth. They know that they are not these limitations. It's okay to accept that these limitations may be there, but it's another thing to let them dictate your life. So the 3% is committed to growth, is committed to healing these things. The 3% gets comfortable with being uncomfortable. If we are on a fun, freedom, growth journey and like celebration, then you bet it's not about staying in the comfort zone. How boring to stay comfortable, okay? And the 3% keeps an open mindset. So let me ask you a question. Do you have the vehicle?
Open mindset, that means taking all of the things that Kristie says. Taking on everything that she says. That's what she means. Do you have the vehicle for this? Because I do. It's a water filter.
Right now, the way of creating income that is actually going to give you your definition of freedom. At the start of this journey tonight, of this party, Jo shared with you her freedom script, okay? And she's been doing this a long time. I do practices like this as well, called future pacing and, 5 sensor scripts and all these types of things. And when I very first started, I wrote a script when I was totally broke. I was broken, and I wrote this script that in 90 days' time, I acted as though I was 90 days down the future. And I wrote it as the 30th of November, 2017.
Who cares? Who gives a fuck? It just proves that you have to get in early in an MLM to do well. Get in earlier than everybody else, you know? She's been in this for 2017, 7 years. Wow. Like, it's such bullshit. And things like this lead me to believe that a lot of them are lying, because she's telling them to act and pretend as if they're successful, and it will come. But guess what? It doesn't come for everybody.
I'm sitting at this beautiful cafe. I can hear the waves. I'm sitting with my family. We've just birthed our first baby boy. We've just had our first 6-figure month. Right, we've created hundreds of thousands of dollars in the last few months. We're about to go traveling business class around the world, staying at these beautiful 5-star hotels. We're living a life of fun and freedom and health and purpose. We're impacting thousands of other people's lives. Guess what?
Privilege, privilege, privilege. Yeah, you are impacting thousands of lives. Not all good.
9 days in the future. At the start of that 90 days, I was broke. I had zero in my account. So this is the thing. Things can shift very quickly when we decide to have a line in the sand moment. We walk over the line, right? And we change the course.
This is suspicious to me, because she says she had $0, right? Did Clint have money then? Because I know just before they went, just before their baby was born, they went to Byron Bay. I think they live on the Sunshine Coast or the Gold Coast, which is it's not too far away from Byron Bay. And some people might have heard of Byron Bay. American viewers, it's like a pretty good beachy tourist town. Hippie, lots of hippies. These guys are fake hippies though, because they're capitalist pigs. It's the aesthetic. And they went to Byron Bay. Privilege, money. You need money to go to Byron Bay and stay there. And then they went to either like a tarot card reader or a psychic or something like that. You need money for that. The psychic told them to go to Canada, apparently, because this is Clint. I've heard Clint tell this story. And a psychic wouldn't just flat out say, "Hey, you need to go to Canada." It was, oh, you've got a journey coming up, and I think you should go on that journey. Oh, we're going to go to Canada. No money. They go back to Brisbane or Gold Coast or whatever, right? I think Clint was talking about ringing around and getting people signed up or something like that, and then they didn't have a ticket, but they went to the airport and somehow made it to Canada. Curious, right? All with no money. $0. And then they went to Canada to an event, which I'm sure was not free as well. And they stayed with Balaj, which might have been free. Wouldn't it be just so funny if he charged them eventually? It's like if Jesse Lee Ward charged Courtney, like, yeah, wouldn't put it past her. Yeah. Yeah. So all of that stuff requires money. And that was when you said you were broke. So every time she opens her mouth, she's just spewing more bullshit, in my opinion.
Change where we're going, right? We stop thinking like the 97%. We stop acting like the 97%. We stop hanging out with the 97%. We stop making decisions like the 97%.
What if your family loves you dearly and has accepted that you're going to do this thing, and you say, and she's telling you, don't hang around with the 97%. Don't you do it. Don't you hang around them. They're bad news. Because they're going to say stuff that's negative about your MLM. Is that it? Is that it? Because I think it might be it. She's so pathetic. Like, if your business model, if your plan was so good, why do you have to say shit like this? You shouldn't have to say shit like this. It should be just like, we've got a great business. And here it is. Please get involved. It's a really rewarding thing. The end. No, you have to do hour and a half long diatribes. Diatribes? Can't remember which one it is. I'll fix it up in a sec. Yeah, just having people. Oh, now I can't remember what I was going to say because diatribe got me stuck. What's she talking about again? I can't remember. Okay. Oh, that's right. They don't need to go off on a million tangents to sell their opportunity like you are,
Stop earning how the 97% of people are earning, and we actually start tapping into the 3%. We go where the people have gone that have what we desire. We go with them. We build with them. Right? So what I want to share with you tonight is our freedom model, right? And in order to create true freedom, you need to have something that's actually going to support you to create not just the money, but also the time, where you don't have to check your calendar or your bank account in order to say yes to the things that you truly want to do. Okay? Like, I know for me, like, I live a very spontaneous life. I live very much in the flow of what I want to do. And so sometimes I wake up and I'm like, oh, I feel like going on a health retreat. And I'm like there the next day. I pay thousands of dollars to stay at these beautiful health retreats. And literally I'm like, cool, I'm
Sounds
going to go there
really
the next day.
selfish, like that you don't really think about your children when you are doing something like that so spontaneously. I'm not trying to parent shame at all, but she's the one who always brings up like how the lifestyle she's chosen as a millionaire or whatever involves her children being left a bunch of times, like that she's gone off on some sort of health retreat. It seems very selfish that you put yourself first. And I've heard her say as much. I don't have children, all right, but if you saw that, like the amount of stuff that she does without her children, I would feel resentful as a child of, mum's always on Zooms and, like talking to people about water and blah, 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 and just not being there. That's the other main thing. Like, she just isn't there. I'm getting tired again. My iced coffee is nearly finished, so I've got to go and start chores soon. I'm just delaying it.
Okay, this is the type of abundance and freedom that is truly available for you all. You just have to you just have to choose it, and you have to stop restricting yourself or allowing these perceived limitations to dictate where you're going in your life. Right. So a little bit about myself before I actually tap into what is this ROI model? What is this legacy income model? What is this model where we are having the most fun ever, right? Like, we have the most incredible community of thousands of people across the world that are actually creating their dreams and their visions every day and having the most fun ever whilst doing it, right? Having consistent celebrations every single day in their life. So a little bit about me and my journey.
I've seen a screenshot of you crying. You posted it to Facebook, so it's not fun all the time, clearly. And you shouldn't be promising that because, again, high and low propensity, like, no, I don't know where that thought was going. I was thinking of voters. This is when you're not tired. Fuck, my brain scattered. Also, she's like, oh, you just have a perceived limitation. No, it's pretty real. It's not perceived. It's not perceived. Yeah?
And why I'm sitting here tonight having a freedom party with this weird celebration hat on, talking to you guys at 8 o'clock at night about creating true freedom in your life. So for me, I very much follow the traditional ways of what we're taught, right, in the 97%. Go to school, be a good girl, go to university, get good grades, go get a good job. So I did that. Of course, I didn't know any other way. Right? A lot of us don't know any other way. So I went and did that. And when I got the good job, I was like, oh my God, I'm earning $65,000 in a year. This is amazing. I'm successful. I've made it. 8 months into that journey, I realized that I'd just been fed a lie. I was like, this is not success. This is awful. I feel like I'm in jail. This is like, I'm not even barely able to pay my bills, let alone thrive. And at 22, I started to ask myself some pretty big questions. What does my dream life actually look like?
22. Imagine the absolute arrogance of somebody to say at 22 they deserve more. Oh, 65 grand, which is like a dream wage for so many people, right? Oh, is this it? Is this all there is? I can barely pay my bills. Yeah, well, join everybody else. Like, you're not special. And I know she said before, I'm not special. I'm just an everyday person. But she thinks she's fucking special. Absolutely, she does. She thinks that she's better than people, that she deserves more. And because she's successful in this MLM and at the top of the compensation plan, she thinks that she should be in charge of more than just the pyramid scheme, you know? Like, she wants to be a major player in business. But, sweetie, success in an MLM is not really success. It's inflated and based on luck. And most people, if they hang in there long enough, they do get to earn a certain decent amount of money. But at what cost? You know where that money's coming from your downline. Come on.
If time and money were no issue, what would I be doing with my life? Why has nobody ever asked me these questions before? I read a book
I don't
called
know
4 Hour
why
Work
nobody
Week.
had asked you those questions before, because being a teacher, that is something that I've talked to students about. But guess what I say? So when students go from 10th grade to 11th grade in Australia, so 11th and 12th are like senior years. I don't understand freshman, senior. I don't know what the middle one is, but we don't have that system. It's a junior or a senior or middle schooler, but senior and junior. And when they go from 10 to 11, they do this thing called a set plan, which is their secondary education pathway or something like that. And that they do that with like a higher position teacher or pod or administration. And then, like that's their plan. And I've had to teach careers before, and it pisses me off the way that we teach careers that, oh, you've got to do this math in grade 8, otherwise you won't get a job and you'll fail at life. Wrong. I always encourage students to not decide, because I didn't decide. I decided I wanted to be a teacher after I left school. And I think there's time to work it out. And that's something that I do preach. There's time to work out what your position is going to be. And part of that does involve asking them, what is your dream? What do you want to be? Where do you want to go? What are you thinking about for your own future? And that's a big question to ask somebody when they're 15. Absolutely. But in 3 years' time, they have to be thinking about getting into uni. Or they can go as a mature age student like I did. I was only mature age by 1 year because I had, in Australia, we call it a gap year, which is in between like finishing school and going to uni, and like the gap break or whatever. And I had a gap year, but it wasn't called a gap year. It was just called getting a job and not going to uni. So, and I had a really dead end job that made my brain melt because it was so boring, and that's what made me want to go to university. So, people are asking you what you want for your dreams. I also find a lot of these MLMers talk about, oh, I was never taught this at school. Well, you should have been. Maybe you weren't listening,
Tim Ferriss, and it spoke about most people go and find an income stream, and then they try to fit their dream life around that. So they're working 40 hours a week, 50 hours a week, whatever it is, and then in these small pockets, when they're not tired and burnt out, they're trying to find a little bit of time to live a little. to join the party, to have some fun. There's like a window and then boom, they're back in. They're back in the matrix. They're back in the 97%. And so this is what we've got to start to get out of and start to realize if we're stuck in that, right? And Tim Ferriss spoke about like what you actually need to do is get clear on what your dream life looks like. Get clear on what freedom means to you and start living your life like that and find an income stream that's actually going to support you to create that. Okay. And this changed my life. I was like, okay, well, I need to leave my job. So I left my job. I had no savings. I had no backup plan. I could not get a line of credit. I'd already stuffed up my credit rating because I had a very bad relationship with money from stuff as a child, which came into my adult years. So I just was like, you know what? I got to take the risk. I got to take the chance. And I'm so glad I did. At 22 years old, I left that world and I went and decided to be an entrepreneur. And I thought, oh, great. In 6 months' time, I'm going to be an entrepreneur. I'm going to have all of this freedom. And that is not how it went. I was a struggling entrepreneur for my first 5 to 6 years. I had a lot of failures and I had a lot of adversity and I had a lot of challenges, but I never
Yeah,
gave up.
that's interesting because how do you survive if you didn't have any money? Because, you know, like generally we need money to live, to buy food, shelter, things like that. It's just suspicious, that's all. Like, how did that all happen? And it just, like I said before, it's like there's gaps in her story and she doesn't explain them very well. And sometimes Clint fills the gaps in. But you weren't completely useless and you weren't an entrepreneur. What did you open? You know, like what did you do with your money? Oh, to get money. Because I can't imagine that you just didn't do anything. Maybe. Yeah, this is fucked up.
Vision. We need to make our why bigger than any fears or limitations. So I decided to get clear on my why. I decided to get clear on my vision and I decided to stay the course, right? And keep going until I found the thing that was actually going to get me to where I wanted to go. So in that time of failing and struggling, I kept an open mind. And I had a lot of failures. I got scammed over 5 figures from a manufacturer in China because I set up an eBay store and I was importing blenders and juices. And what ended up arriving was a fake pair of sunglasses.
She got scammed over figures from China. What the fuck does that mean? That's so weird. That's so weird. She just does my head in because it's so much bullshit. Like this goes on for nearly another hour. Like so much bullshit. I might just do it on the little one. Bye bye. No, I'm not really going. So I don't know what's going on with my lighting, but it's very dark. The sound is fine. Hooray! Hooray! I got pie. I'm gonna eat it. Can't see myself, just FYI. So yeah, you're gonna get what you're gonna get. Hopefully, I don't have food on my face for 10 years, or I need like a mirror. That's what I need. I'm gonna get one later because I've got one in the other room.
I then decided to open a cafe with my tax return of $3,500, and somehow I manifested being able to open a cafe for that amount of money. And I thought, this is going to be it. This is going to be freedom. I'm impacting people. I've got my own business. I'm going to be this freedom entrepreneur. I'm going to be living in Bali.
Please remember that because she's going to talk about starting businesses later. $3,500. She started a company, a business, a raw food cafe for $3,500. A cafe. And she said she manifested it. That's an interesting choice of words, don't you think? Did you have some investors? Is that how you manifested it? Did someone else pay in? Like I'm not sure if I said it before because of the many times I've filmed this fucking thing. But this story doesn't always make sense. It's interesting, you know? It just doesn't completely make sense. And I think she's a liar. Did you hear that at the beginning? I think. Can't prove it. It's just an opinion. I think she lies a lot. And also, 100% she thinks she's the smartest person in every room. And so anything she does is the best. And any type of being humble is false, is fake. So interesting. Yes. So many people think that they're going to live in Bali when you open a cafe. Like when I was younger, I worked at cafes, and actually two teachers I worked with, they had a cafe, and I went and worked on the weekend for them because I thought it was fun. It was
little bit of extra money, but it was just fun, like going and help out, and I always had a really good time. You know, it was always a good vibe. Yeah, so cafes are really like maybe she didn't realize, but they are a labor of love, and you are going to have to put in a lot of your own work. You can't just set it up and go to fucking Bali, you know?
What ended up happening was I worked 18 hours a day. I ended up having a nervous breakdown. I had stage 5 adrenal fatigue. I had to move out of my apartment because I couldn't even pay my rent because I had to try and keep my supplies paid and my staff paid. I got paid last, and I literally lived out of my car. And I would sleep in my car or I would sleep on the couch of my cafe. I was like, fuck, this is not freedom. People get into business because they want to create this incredible life, and I feel like I'm in a place that's worse than having a job. I would be better off going and having a job.
True. But again, at least you were working on your own dream, which is something that you've stressed heavily. You know? Oh, well, at least I'm working on my own dream, not working on someone else's dream. And also, once again, all I hear is privilege. Oh, really? You had to move out of your apartment and you still had the couch of your cafe to sleep in? Because that's not exactly being homeless, you know? I'm just not feeling that sorry for you. It sounds like it was a bad decision, and you thought that you deserve more and better because of where you are today. Like, oh, how did I ever think that that was an okay place to be? Because people work hard in small businesses. That's kind of, well, I would have thought that was pretty widespread knowledge, you know? I would have thought most people would realize that a small business would be hard work, and it would be hard work for a few years, and then until you've sort of worked enough to live that life where you can leave it with someone else, and so on and so on. I wonder why it didn't happen for you, Kristie, and instead you had to go for something that is a scam. In my opinion, of course.
But that wasn't an option either. So I was like, but that wasn't an option either. So I was like, I'm going to keep going. But at 26, I ended up living back with my parents, totally broke and broken. And again, I started questioning my life, and I started going, you know what? I'm going to have to find a vehicle that's actually going to get me to where I
isn't
want to
that lucky? You were able to live with your parents. That's a privilege that some people don't have. They don't have a safety net of living with their parents. And it doesn't sound like this was your dream, you know, because she just moved on from it. So it's like, okay, this isn't the vehicle to being rich. What am I going to do? It's all like, she's very shallow. There's not much to wanting to be rich, wanting to succeed in whatever. She doesn't care what it is. She just wants money, you know? And that's why she sells fucking water filters. Like, it's not about that. It's about money. And that's all she cares about. And I think that's a really sad, limited little life, you know?
This whole brick and mortar business thing and being self-employed, this isn't it. It's actually not it. That's also part of the lie, right? Part of the hustle and part of the struggle. I didn't want to do that. And so I then started pulling apart different business models and different compensation structures and different crypto models and different trading models, and looked at stocks and shares. And I was like, all of these things are going to require a lot of money.
Who does she think she is? Like, I then started pulling apart compensation plans. Honey, the only thing that has a compensation plan is an MLM. There's no other business that has a compensation plan with that wording. They've got a pay scale or a pay structure. A compensation plan is a very specific language. I'm pulling apart all these models and da-da-da-da-da. Oh, but then this would be so much startup. Give an example. She can't, because it was always going to be an MLM. It was always going to be that, because she admitted to selling. Oh my God. My thread got in my crust. How bizarre. I don't know how that happened. Yeah, it sounds like she was only looking at that. I'd be surprised if they hadn't invested money in crypto. I bet they have. I've heard more than one Enagic distributor say they lost money in crypto.
Right? I looked at buying businesses. I was like, you can't even be successful with any of this without like a minimum of 6 figures. And I had
I'm sorry, what did you say? You can't buy a business without 6 figures. Oh, that's funny because around about 10 minutes ago, maybe 10 minutes in real, no, 1 minute ago in this speech, because we started at 41:05, around about a minute ago, you said you started a cafe, which is a business, for $3,000. That's 4 figures. Like, do you have no respect for the people who are on this call? Because, would they not remember that you just said you started a business for $3,500 or whatever it was? I mean, it doesn't seem like many people care about those details because they're already like indoctrinated and think you're amazing, which is just insane to me. But I noticed, and you started a business for around $3,000. So every time you say it's too expensive to start a business, you're lying because you already have started one for less than 6 figures.
Nothing. So how was I as an everyday person going to be able to do this, right? And I kept holding on to the faith and trust that something would come my way that was going to be it. And what I'm about to show you was it. I saw it. I saw the numbers. I saw the model. Everything ticked every box. It made sense, and I did not question it at all. I was like, this is it. And so by me,
I mean, that's what she wants you to do now. If you're on this call, I didn't question it, and neither should you. It's here. It's going to be the best. It's going to make you so successful. But it's not. She's tricking you, in my opinion.
trusting that and not asking for other people's permission, not asking what other people would think. I dove in, and within 90 days, I created $120,000 cash. I then had a 6-figure month. I then went on to create $1 million in 11 months. I then went on to create a 7-figure per year residual income. And what I've been able to do, and this isn't just my story, by the way, I'm one of many, right? What I've been able to do over the last 7 years is not only have a residual income that I will now be paid for.
This isn't one of many. Did we look at, I think we might have already looked at the income disclosure statement. For people who are earning more than $1 million, median, there's 7 people out of 30,000. That's not a lot of people, Kristie. Okay? Not a lot of people at all. She's about to go on and on about all the things she has, and it's fucking sickening. Like, it's really distasteful because how did she get that fucking all of this privilege? From scamming people, in my opinion.
When I pass away, and my children will receive that. Right? But I've been able to, do things like buy my dad a brand new car. Right? He's on the pension. He was never going to be able to afford to buy a brand new car. I've been able to take my parents away on a pension. Take my parents away who are on a pension on very nice holidays. Right?
Why don't you support them completely? Why are they on the pension? That doesn't pay very much, the old age pension. That's what my dad's on. He gets subsidized. He doesn't pay rent. He doesn't pay, I'm not even as rich as Kristie. And it seems like I pay for more than she does for her parents didn't buy him a new car, but all the rent probably adds up. I did buy him a car once. It wasn't new though. Yeah. Seems like you could be more, because you're going to gloat about giving to charity and shit like that. But it's dirty money, no matter which way you talk about it.
They can't afford that, right? I've been able to give really generously and contribute to so many different GoFundMe pages and community support. And when my
Who
friends
gives a fuck? No one wants your dirty, shitty money that you scammed out of people, in my opinion. The people who have the GoFundMes are likely, could easily be somebody who's been scammed by an MLM saying you can be rich just like me. Just don't be a scumbag. Don't be in an MLM. And that would help the world out immensely. But you're not going to do that because you don't actually fucking care. You're pro-Trump and all that shit. And guess what? He doesn't believe in handouts. No fucking way. Except for him and his rich friends. He believes in that. So shove your fucking dirty money up your butt.
Financial assistance. And also, I've been able to support so many people when they've been in a place of struggle. I've bought 3 houses in the last year. There is a huge even rental shortage at the moment, let alone people buying houses. Did you know that you have to now have a $250,000 salary or income in order to just basically be able to pay for a mortgage?
Fuck landlords. Did you know there's rental shortages? Yeah, that's not helped by you buying 3 fucking houses. Are you kidding me? You didn't buy rental houses to rent them out for free to fucking, like, offset the rental market now, did you? Come off it. Like, fuck off. All the way off. Oh, I've got 3 rental houses, 3 investments. Yeah, you're the fucking problem. You are driving up house prices. The reason why you need a lot of money to get a mortgage now is because of shitheads like you. Like, take your fucking, like, oh, I'm such a philanthropist. No, you're not. Scum. Scum of the earth. The lower than dirt. That's what you are.
I bought 3 houses in the last year. I also then, with one of my business partners, I bought another 2 investment properties just in
Okay,
12
so
months.
you own 5 houses. Is that what you're fucking telling me? And then they have this fucking retreat place, which they're going to hire out. Why do you have to hire it out, Kristie? You get a bit hard up for money. Because it seems to me if you were doing really well consistently, you wouldn't need to hire it out. You could just offer it. Hey, I could dinner and watched a little bit of Bad Empanada. If you like media literacy and I don't think he's a leftist. I think he might be more of an anarchist. But he debunks like the worst humans and lots of American propaganda. He's Australian, but he lives in Argentina. Anyway, let's keep going with this bullshit. Oh no. Oh, mute. I'm like, was it on mute?
Okay. I've got the most amazing support at my house. I've got housekeepers, I've got cooks, I've got cleaners, I've got nannies. I'm supported. I put my nourishment first. Right? I'm able to live my life like really filling my cup.
Sounds
first
like
and
you're really
foremost.
selfish. And I thought you were talking about being present, like a present parent and a present, in your own life. And you shit all over parents who aren't present, who go to work. And you go to some health retreat and leave your children with the nanny. I've seen her, she travels a lot. I don't think they took their children to Japan when they went for the 50th birthday. So who's really the present parent? Because even working people who have to work, they're still present parents, and you can fuck right off with any argument that is different to that. Yeah, but also the fucking privilege. The privilege.
This is the thing. The hustle's dead. That's old paradigm. That doesn't work anymore. We truly do get to be in our nourishment, be in our pleasure, be in our joy, live a fun life, and get paid ridiculously abundant for it.
Things were mute. I don't know why I wasn't checking, even though I reminded myself 20 times. Yeah. Only you get paid abundantly well, Kristie. So everybody else is just like shit out of luck, I guess, And it's for you. Like this dream is not attainable for everybody.
And it's time that you guys really start to understand what is truly possible for you. Right? I fly first class all around the world. Whenever I travel, it's first class. Okay? I'm able to have like slow mornings with my children. We're not in a rush. I'm not rushing my kids out of the house. I pay $5,000 a month just to have my kids in a freedom farm school that aligns to our values. Whilst most people have to choose public systems that are outdated and again are in the old paradigm, they're not serving our children, that they're in uniforms that are keeping them small from 5 years old.
Firstly, what do you know about the school system? Sweet FA is what I'm going to say. You don't know shit about fucking public school, and you've got preconceived notions. You're a snob, and you're a wacko. You think you've got conspiracy theories about education. Now, flying first class, great, good for you. And slow mornings? Of course you've got slow mornings. You have a nanny and a housekeeper. Like the fucking privilege seeping through the screen. Yeah, I think that most parents would be able to have slow mornings with all that help. Just, I wouldn't have been able to stay on this call, realistically, just listening to her brag about her life. And again, this comes at the cost of many people. Now, as far as uniforms go, right, state schools, some are stricter than others. Like I have worked at a school where they had the shoes had to have black sole as well, like a black top, black sole joggers. Well, like running shoes. And if they didn't, they'll get a detention. I don't care about that. But they can't really enforce it in state schools. Like, you can fight against it, because, you know, like, that's where I don't agree with such a strict uniform. I don't agree with limits on makeup or jewelry, because I think that's a gendered, like, it's a gendered decision, or you know, it prevents girls. It's aimed at girls, because generally boys don't wear makeup. And I think it's fine. Like that's how people can. I agree with a basic uniform, like white shirt, blue shorts, or blue bottoms. You know, and then you can be on equal footing, because what you find when you are not that specific is it becomes a labels race. So if they have no uniform, like American schools, it becomes a battle of who has the most money to spend on school clothes. And that's another way to alienate people. So that's why I think uniforms are fine. All right. Just basic though. And as far as, like, you know, keeping them, indoctrinating them in public school, yep. So we have to always consider Asia Pacific ties, because they're our closest neighbours. We always have to consider our First Nations people, because we are on stolen land, and this is the land of the Indigenous people of Australia. And white people came, and we do not own this land. It was never ceded. So I don't have a problem with that. And I think it's important to talk about Indigenous culture, because the reason why there are only 3%, maybe around 3% Indigenous people in Australia, is because of white people, because they tried to wipe them out, and they had a systematic policy called the White Australia policy. Yeah, yep. We had a policy called the White Australia policy, which aimed to breed out Indigenous people, you know, like having marriages, well, not marriages, they didn't encourage marriage, but they certainly did encourage children, what they would say half caste, quarter caste. And we don't use that term now. It's offensive, because that's also a term they used to use for cattle. So before 1967, Indigenous people were counted as flora, which is plants. Okay, they were not even considered humans until 1967. So I'm totally fine with teaching Indigenous perspectives, and from the, not teaching it, but from that perspective of respecting our the owners of our land. Yeah, so we also do teach about, you know, scams. I know I taught scams this year in grade 9, enterprise and business studies. What else? You know, like we look at being media literate and enjoying literature, and, you know, like, if you ever look at the arts, every major movement with the arts is heavily tied to the history of the time and war. So we look at, in religion. So, you know, like, there's world history, there's reading and writing. Because I don't know, you know, like, what the farm school does, and what would be the syllabus requirements for that farm school. And BT Dubs, the farm school is run by somebody in her downline. So that's really interesting, isn't it? So I think there are a few things that Kristie really has no fucking idea about, and that she just, again, assumes because she is the top of her team that she's the smartest person in the room. But she can go get fucked.
With this type of freedom and flexibility and abundance, I'm able to invest into the things that align with my values. I own 30 acres that I'm at right now, a property in the Byron hinterland with waterfalls and swimming holes, and I pay someone over $5,000 a month just to look after the land. This is what's available. This is not just, oh, well, that's good for her, right, that it worked for her. This is what is available for you. So who's ready to see? I'm going to bring up some slides.
This isn't what's available to everybody, Kristie, and it's really fucking dishonest of you to suggest that. You've been in this company for, what, 8, 9 years now, and you're asking them to give you like 4 or 5 years to do this. Like, it's so unrealistic. And it's just not that easy. And you fucking know it too. She knows. Like, she knows. So she's so disingenuous. And I think it's evil to be putting this false hope into people, saying, oh, I could have $1 million lifestyle and have all these things that she's been describing to them in their everyday life. And it's just not going to happen like that. And it's just unfair for her to say it. and I'm here to call it out.
Remember, who's ready to understand more about this income uncapped stream? Let's have a look into the chat box, and I'm going to bring up the slides. Let me have a little look at what you guys are saying in here. You can't afford not to. Nothing changes. Nothing changes. Changing my language. Ridiculously capped financially. All right. So what I want to know into the chat box is, what have you taken away so
You're
far?
a big
What's landed for
scammer.
you so far?
That's what's landed so far for me. Thank you.
Share with me the three things that have landed for you so far. What is a shift that you have had? Right. Let us know into the chat box, and then I'm going to bring up this slide deck, and we're going to get into the freedom business model, and then Joe's going to come back out with me, and we're going to talk about some really exciting things for you guys. All right, so manifestation of your dreams. Think as it as an investment. There is no limits. I can do this and succeed. There is a different way to build and shift your life. I guess life isn't something you'll accidentally create. Conscious creation is necessary. I love that. Celebration. Make the why bigger. If you can do it, I can do it. I need more confidence. You know, guys, you've got to be your own biggest cheerleader in life, right? You've really got to back yourself, and you can decide to do that. You don't have to wait for that time to come. Like, oh, I'll wait until I've got belief, or I'll wait until this point where I've got some more confidence. Like, just fucking choose it. Well, for me to go from literally broke to creating over $120,000 cash in 90 days, like, I had to shift. It wasn't just like I kept doing the same thing. No, I had to really shift. I had to shift my whole mindset, my way of thinking, my way of making decisions, the way that I showed up. I just decided to be confident. The confidence didn't come. The confidence actually just came through action and just deciding, and just showing up for my life and showing up for my time, right? Making time my most precious resource and making freedom and urgency in my life.
Yeah, that's how it happened. So easy. Just like, I just decided. Just decide. Just fucking decide. And then everything will fall into place for you, right? It's that easy. For everyone. But it's not though, is it? It's not fucking that easy for everyone.
All right, so mindset shift, focus, motivation shift, amazing. Believe in yourself. How much I'm self-limited for so long, and how much I'm so done. Yeah, Sita, believe in self. Money is abundant. It's actually funny that Sita's here. We had a beautiful call before. She was actually my doula for one of my births. You know, that was another thing that I was really able to abundantly invest into, was having, like 15, 20 grand of investments going into my birth, so that I could have these dream births that I wanted, right? And having the right team of people around me.
So privileged. She is so privileged, right? I was able to, my doula's here. She's saying positive things about everything. And to think that her doula is in her downline, that's so predatory. That poor doula.
Really opening to uncapped freedom, ROI, and all is possible. Changing my thinking, creating a new dialogue, and being in the 3%. So this is the thing. In order to shift, you've got to show up as the 3% before you are the 3%. So one big shift that I created was I started showing up as the millionaire version of myself before I was the millionaire. So when I had $0 in my account, I started going, okay, am I going to make decisions like I used to make decisions? No, because it's only going to keep getting me at zero. Or am I going to make my decisions and take actions from a place of my millionaire version of myself? Oh, that's fun. Yeah, I'm going to do that. So how would she think? How would she act? What would she do each day? Because again, poor habits and decisions lead to poor people. So I had to create successful habits and create successful decisions in order to become a successful person. All right, so seeing what's available and possible, to be a 3%, to be clear on vision, right, and be your future self now. Honestly, my biggest shift lately is inspiration and believing. If you plan it, feel it, you can have it. 3%, be resourceful, change thought process. How can I rather than if I can? Exactly. So many people say, oh, I can't do that. What? That's wild. That's crazy. Why would you put that limitation on yourself?
Yeah,
Stop asking
some
for advice
people
from those
are limited, Kristie. I think that's probably pretty ableist to say that. Back again. How much is left? 40 minutes. You can do it. Got 2 beverages because I've still got ice coffees. And I want water for later because this will take a couple of hours, I think. Liquid IV is so good. Strawberry. I drank so much water, liquid IV, yesterday. I ran out of ice. So I've got like extra plans today and cold water. I survived, but only just.
Doing it. The hustle is dead. Investor's mindset. How can I find a way of no way? Full out, no hesitation and belief. Believe in you. I need to trust myself, believe in myself, and self-care. Be confident in your goals. Don't fall for the lie of spending 160 hours. That's literally how everybody is programmed. Be a good girl, go work hard, pay your bills.
That's literally not how everybody is programmed, Kristie. Again, it's this egocentric point of view. She doesn't realize that there are people who live different lives than her. Yeah, no, not everybody's programmed to be a good girl and pay your bills and da-da-da-da. No, fuck no. I'm always late with my bills. And if I can negotiate a later, like, time to pay, that's what I do. I've been pretty good with my car loan because I want to get a house loan eventually. You know, like, I'm a rebel first and foremost, but not like these fucking idiots where they think
being rebellious is just not working a 9 to 5. But I don't like the establishment. But that doesn't mean that I'm not an idiot and I don't I'm anti-vax like they are, I trust that, I trust science. I trust that people who are in those fields are, for the most part, doing it because they want to do good things and heal people and so on. But I'm also realistic. It's late stage capitalism. Yeah, it's just she couldn't be more wrong. There are so many people, especially Australians. That's our reputation. We're not run of the mill. That was the reputation that they got when they were Anzacs, when they fought in World War One, is that they didn't like authority. They were rebels, and we have a rebel soul. So maybe you aren't like everybody else, Kristie. And she's so smug with it too.
Take 4 weeks of holiday every year. Yay! What the fuck? That is bullshit.
I'm currently on the beginning of 8 weeks of holidays, Kristie. And then I work for 10 weeks and I get 2 more weeks of holidays. Another 10 weeks, 2 weeks of holidays. And, I can book more long service for next year. So, yeah, I don't get 4 weeks of holidays. I get more, way more.
Start making every day a holiday. Start asking what is the ROI. So I usually don't swear this much actually in a presentation. However, I'm very passionate about this tonight and I'm just letting it all in. Sorry. Put your nourishment first. Yes to living a spacious, nourishing life that has impact on the lives of others. Life gets to be a party. It's allowed to be fun and easy. Yes, be fun, be loud, be proud, right? Celebrate every single day. Go with the 3%. Go where they're going. Keep learning and growing. Change your mindset. Don't get stuck. Take a step. Just go. Yes, get moving. Being aware of the limiting beliefs and changing the story. We are worthy of having it all. Coming from no money to being financially abundant. Yes, I love this. Okay, there's another 60 messages, so I'm not going to go through them all, but I love how engaged you guys are. Joe, if you can please make sure that you're keeping an eye on the chat as well so we can see who is playing full out for our giveaway, because these comments are going so fast.
This is just so dumb. How do you play full out? By typing in messages. Whoever's got the most. It's so subjective, Like I said, I think that I think I said it at the time that they may have been breaking raffle rules, which I know Mr. Beast does, and yeah.
I'm not keeping up. All right, guys. So let's get into the freedom business model that literally shifted. I'm so grateful that this fell in my lap. I'm grateful every single day. And now I get to share it with you guys, and I get to share it really abundantly with people all over the world.
You were recruited by your boyfriend. Your now husband. He recruited you. How did this fall into your lap? You got recruited by your boyfriend. Think about that. Because I made that comment with Jessie Lee. She was trying to recruit. What's his name now? Just starts with A. I keep on thinking Army, but it's not Army. Abhiram. I think that she first started talking to Abhiram because she was trying to recruit him, and then they just got together because she didn't care about him being married, neither did he. He's the shitty one in that situation. She was not. She wasn't the best either. So anyway, your boyfriend recruited you. How much value did you really have? Because he was trying to finesse her. They tell a story about how she went on a date with him and it was to look at houses he was going to buy. And it turned out he was house sitting in the house that he was pretending to buy. So the whole relationship started off on a lie that was supposed to make him look good. He looks so good, so rich, etc. All of it. It's all a house of lies with them, in my opinion.
To be honest, guys, I could have actually retired 5 years ago. Right? I became fully financially free at 31 years old. I'm now 36.
Well, why didn't you then? That makes no sense because you always talk about being free. Why do you have to do this then if you are free? Because you're not free when you have to get on these calls all the time and run mentoring and do business cams and blah, 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 blah. She's very busy with all of this, very busy. She's always going away and leaving her children and making other people feel bad for leaving their children. And you could have retired. You're totally financially free. You don't need this business anymore. So why are you still doing it? Is it because if you stop, right, the only thing that keeps on going is the residual, the legacy
check, which is only $5,000. And she can't live on $5,000 a month. I mean, maybe she's more than that, sorry. And they've got 4 positions, so it's probably $100,000 a month. Yeah, they should be able to live on that a month for sure. But they're not happy with that, are they? Pathetic.
And I love sharing this. I have a life of fun and freedom, and I take holidays whenever I want, and I live in, I live my dream life, and I still choose to show up and do these types of masterclasses because I'm like, we need more money in the hands of extraordinary people.
Just the first half of that, though. We need more money. That's just her. She wants more money. You exposed yourself there.
You just see what's actually possible here. Let's bring this up. Let's get this party started. I mean, the party's already started, but the party just keeps getting started. Okay, so let me bring it up, and then you can let me know that you can see it. Hang on a sec. 2 seconds.
Feels so rich. Why is your camera jumping around on? Because you're moving stuff on the table. Could you have invested in a tripod, a better camera? Because this is like pixelated as shit. Well, it's okay. It's actually it's not pixelated. It's smooth and blurry. Yeah. Could you have gotten a little bit? I don't know. Just not very professional. That's all. And she's supposed to be the ultimate professional.
Here we go. I'm just making sure that I can actually share my screen. Joe, am I on share screen? Yes, perfect. Okay, here we go. All right, we are in. Let me know that you guys can see this. Is it all good? You can see at your end? Yes, amazing. All right. Woohoo! What is an uncapped income model? So, number 1. To create an uncapped income, we have found the number 1 way in order to do that, where it has not only uncapped income and leveraged income, but it also has legacy income. If you don't know what I mean by this right now, just keep watching, right? Because I'm going to explain it. So uncapped means the sky isn't even the limit. There's no cap. If you're working a job, you're capped, right? You're capped with your time, you're capped with your finances. And just like Jo, she was like in corporate for many, many years, and the only way that she could earn more was to do overtime or to climb the corporate ladder, right? So it's like burn yourself out to earn some more money or climb the corporate ladder that might take 10 years to maybe get a 50K pay rise. Boring, right? We're here to have fun and freedom and all of the things. So this is the thing with this model.
But not everybody can just be having fun and freedom and so on. Like these people seem to think that the life they live isn't supported by hundreds of people doing their job, everyday job, like the car you're driving, the roads you're on, going to the supermarket, going to the park, going to the beach, online shopping, buying that dumb hat. It's dumb because she's dumb, not because I'm sure it'd look fine on somebody who wasn't a scammer, in my opinion. Yeah, like hundreds of people doing this Canva thing. Everything in life is connected to work, right? A system of employment. And if everybody, like you said, everybody can do this, if everybody was just having fun, freedom, and making money off people down the line, we wouldn't have a functioning society. Like, have a fucking think about it. So stupid. And again, having fun constantly just means that you are going to get more extreme behavior so that you can feel that vibe and that high and so on. So it's ridiculous. And other people do have uncapped models. Wouldn't you say? Have to climb the ladder, blah, blah, blah. There are other ways of, again, it's her arrogance that she doesn't think that there are other ways of earning money.
Or you can create more than a CEO creates in a year in a single month. Okay, so how do we do this? We partner with a company that already exists, right? So you don't have to go out there and find it. You don't have to go and go, okay, what's my offer? What's my skill set that I can offer to people? What's my product? Is people even going to buy this? You don't have to do any of that, right? We are going to show you one that we've already partnered with that already exists and it's already been proven to work and convert. And it's high ticket, right? Which means high profit commissions versus low ticket where, for Jo, for example, she came from
bullshit about them working towards saying we, the workers, work towards someone else's dream, while she is working towards the CEO of Enagic's dream of, providing the world with health, wealth, and finance or whatever. Financial, health, I can't remember. It's the 3-tiered. And she's, it's not like she grew up saying, oh, I want to sell water filters. But no, that's right. No one ever asked Kristie what her dreams were. No one ever asked her, poor Kristie. And all of these people go on and on about, oh, I wanted a higher, higher vibe life, and I wanted to be working towards something more, and being in corporate work was just soul sucking and blah blah blah. And then they end up selling water fucking filters, which is not their dream. And It's because they don't have any goals beyond making a lot of money. That's it. They don't care. It's just about money. They do not care where it comes from. They do not care how people get it to them. That's all they value, and that's why they will always be shallow and, like, just not very good people, in my opinion.
ticket company, and she was earning, maybe $50 a commission. I also started one of my entrepreneurial ventures back in the day was selling supplements and shakes to friends and family, and I thought, oh, this is great. I got sold living the dream, right, and car bonuses and all of this kind of stuff. And then I worked out my numbers because I love numbers, and I was like, in order for me to make a $10,000 month, I've got to sell like 500 of these products a month. That's crazy. I don't even know how 500 people, and you've got to keep everyone on auto ship and all of these types of things. So
It is crazy, isn't it, Kristie? Because in a low ticket network marketing business, it's not about the product, it's about the team. You can have a 10K month, but guess what, sweetheart? That's off your team. And yeah, you do get more commissions. This earring's about to fall out. I don't want to lose the back of it. Yeah, you do get to make 10 grand a month if you have a big enough team. Did you have a big enough team? Is that what the problem was? Because she is just lucky, pure luck, that she got out of. Did I say? I think I was confused, and I was trying to say, is there a company called Juice something Juice, and I couldn't think of it the other day, and I can't think of it now. But selling shakes and supplements to my friends and family, it's not about the product. So shut the fuck up about that. It's about the team. That's where the money's made. That's why people do network marketing. Like, to say anything else is being disingenuous, and people know it. Like, people know it. So yes, there is a bigger commission on Enagic that makes it worth it, like, that way. But you get priced out of it, remember? 8 levels and you start getting paid on it. So you have incentive to continue recruiting. And that's why also you haven't retired, because they need to keep on recruiting.
we want to find and partner with a company, which you don't have to find it because we've already found it for you, that already exists. Number 2 is you simply share about the products or the business opportunity, and then you receive commissions, right? And you want to make sure it's a leveraged model. And I'll talk more about that in a moment. Okay. So hang on a sec. Okay. So creating your own offer versus affiliating with an offer. So you can obviously go and create your own.
So we are just going to look at her tabs the whole time. Ladies and gentlemen, the top distributor in Enagic in Australia. She's so professional.
Business or own product, right? Which, if you do that, most of the time is going to have a high investment required. So usually upwards of multiple 6 figures. Now, I'll tell you something. I actually, on my journey of this freedom journey, I decided it would be a great idea to also.
Oh, hang on. We'll let her tell this story because I know the story she's going to tell.
Start a superfood company. It was a cacao business, and I just did it actually from the place of loving loving ceremonial cacao, and I couldn't find it in Australia at the time. And so I decided to start this business. I poured hundreds of thousands of dollars into this business, and it didn't even get to any profit really within like 3 years. Okay? Most businesses, you've got to pour so much capital into it to actually get to a place of profit. So with this is like not even 5% of the investment that is required for most businesses.
Kristie, at minute 41-ish, you told a story about how you started a cafe with $3,500, and that's even cheaper than a single K8 machine. So your story is bullshit. And the cacao business, I looked into it because it looked like they were doing either affiliate or MLM model, and it really did look like it didn't take off. It didn't. Which is weird because she knows so many woo-woo people, you know? So it seems like if it's not sort of established, maybe it's not going to do as well, because I can't think of too many like startups that have happened in Australia. All the startups that we've sort of like looked into over the years have all been Terry LaCour. Yeah. So it takes a lot of time. So all this, working alone unless able to invest in high mentorship costs. What? Why would you hire a mentor? Do you mean high cost? Like you wouldn't need a mentor if you had your own business. you would hire like staff, a manager or whatever. It takes a lot of time. Most businesses wait 3 to 5 years to make a profit. In many other online businesses, you likely have to do everything, wear all the hats. Low investment profit after just a few sales, no staff expenses. Well, no, that's not true, because you have a platform, the Freedom Era. You have a training platform that people pay for, so that's a cost. Ability to earn uncapped income. No, you stop earning money on people after they've gone 8 deep and proven to already work and convert. Well, that's not what the income disclosure statement says. So, and I would not say that it's a low investment. Even a single K8 wasn't as much as your cafe investment. $5,000 is not a low investment for an MLM. Like, keep that in mind. Absolutely unhinged to say that that's a low investment. $5,000 is like pocket change to her, but it's not to everybody else. Like, it's a lot of money, and they don't even want you to pick the $5,000 option. They want you to pick the $16,000 option. So this list is bullshit.
A low investment. With your own business or product, it takes a lot of time to build a product that works and converts. You've got to have marketing, you've got to have the right mentors, you've got to see if people actually want it, you've got to test the product. Like, there's so many things that
I'm
actually go
sorry.
into it.
Are you not advertising for somebody to do your social media marketing currently on your Facebook? Because I've seen the advertisement. So yeah, you do have to do marketing. Isn't that curious? Why do you have to do marketing? It says that you just said that you don't have to do marketing. Because one of the last things she put out was a PDF. Can't afford a video at the moment. That's weird. That's unusual. Trying to hire out your hippy dippy tent. That's weird. You're losing some money there, Kristie. Maybe not. Enough to make her nervous, maybe, and that's why she's going to rent stuff out. She is a rich person. I'm not saying she isn't, but
And with affiliating with something, you profit after a couple of sales. So in our case, you literally profit after like 3 to 5 sales.
Depends what sort of sales. You may not. It depends, because she's going to talk about the quad and the trifecta. Like, I can't trust a single word she says, and neither should anybody else, in my opinion.
Just 3 to 5 years. I ended up with that business that I just mentioned to you of putting hundreds of thousands of dollars into it. I ended up giving it away. I gave it away. I couldn't even bother selling it. I gave it.
How curious. Somebody as money hungry as her, like, she's money hungry. Like, don't be fooled by anything. And I mean, she doesn't flaunt it with her clothes. They all look like they're friggin' from Chain Reaction circa 2010. If you know, you know, Aussies out there. Yeah, like she spends her money on experiences and flying first class and so on. Weren't you supposed to get a private jet for Japan with everybody going over from your team? I thought that you guys were going to get a private jet for that, and you ended up not doing it. Anyway, I wonder what was wrong with the business that you didn't want to sell it, because that sounds dodgy as fuck. Interesting. Just weird for somebody who everything is connected to money, that you would just sell this cacao business. I mean, give it away. Who to? Is your name still on it? I might have to look into that, hey?
So with this, there's no staff expenses, right? Whereas most of the time you've got lots of staff expenses. You're often working alone, right? Unless you're able to invest into high mentorship costs. Whereas with this, there's ability to earn uncapped income, and it's a collaborative model where we all work together to win-win.
Those 2 points don't line up. You work alone, and you have the ability to earn uncapped income. I think she worked that out as she read it out, because you work with other people. She mentioned the collaboration afterwards. Good work. Such a good fucking presentation that you haven't, that you've still got your tabs open for us to see. Luckily, there's nothing embarrassing on there, but you might want to think about that, Kristie.
In many other businesses, you likely have to wear all of the hats, right? We just get to wear the fun hats and do it all together. Here, it's already something that's proven to already work and convert. Okay, so the thing is, guys, in order to get your time and money back, you must be willing to invest both your time and money to do so. Because this is the thing, we have to start showing up as the 3%. And if we don't, nothing changes if nothing changes. So we partner, right? We've already found the company that's proven to work and convert. So all of that is out of our hands. We don't have to do any of that. So we partner with a company called Enagic. And Enagic is a water ionizer. It's a technology that produces hydrogen-rich water. It is a product that people want, need, and love and buy daily. I mean, we can't survive without water. Every single person drinks it. We're not talking about handbags where some people like handbags. We're talking about every single person on the planet has to drink water. But the problem is most people are dehydrated because they're drinking the wrong water. So for me, when
They're drinking the wrong water. What a pile of shit. Fuck off. This is fear. She's using fear to sell. You're drinking the wrong water. Oh, fuck. Am I drinking the wrong water? Oh, maybe I should do this. No, you don't need to do this. No one needs alkaline water. Okay. There's studies that have said that there is a benefit to it post exercise, post cardio are just the beginning. They haven't been proven. They are positive towards being more hydrated, but because of the sample sizes, they need more research. So like it could be there. The research could be there eventually. I'm not denying that, but at the moment, it doesn't say like that this is positive in any way. And I think there's an older video of mine where Scott Schaefer, is that his name? He did like a thing about Enagic. I think he's a science YouTuber or research YouTuber. And alkaline water, we don't need it because when we drink a liquid, our body does this thing called homeostasis, which means it settles everything back to level. So it's not base, it's not acidic, it's like in the middle. And it does that with every liquid, food, whatever. Okay. So the water that you drink from the tap is just fine. Your body fixes it once it goes in because your body's great. Your body's is a good system, blah, 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 I just said. And also, you can't be more rich in hydrogen, H2O. It's all water has H2O. That's it. You can't make it more rich in hydrogen or it's not water anymore. Fucking idiots.
first tried this water was just after I had my nervous breakdown and I had my cafe. Now I was eating organic food. Everything was organic. Everything was raw. Like I was like the epitome of what should be healthy. And yet I still had adrenal fatigue and I had a nervous breakdown. And what I realized is I probably didn't even have adrenal fatigue. I was probably just severely dehydrated because I was drinking tap water and not very much of it.
Necessarily make you healthy. Adrenal fatigue sounds like it was just stress and being tired, right? And could it be that you're just stressed out because it's stressful being a business owner? Like, come off it. Fuck off. It had nothing to do with water. Like, it was the situation you're in. And also, like, of course, you're going to say it's nothing like having a mental illness, which is possible. She's never said anything about it. But she probably doesn't believe in mental illness diagnosis anyway. But that can highly affect how your body does things and processes things. All right? So she always talks about having adrenal fatigue. Stage 5 adrenal fatigue. Yeah, it sounds like you were very stressed out. I don't see that water was the problem.
And in tap water, there's fluoride that literally keeps us like dumb, basically. It messes with our pineal gland. You can look into all of this, right? I'm not just making this stuff up. And chlorine, right? Which is, and toxic contaminants is going into our water. This is what most people are drinking. Or they think having a basic filter.
Because I might have been mute that whole time. If I was mute that whole time, I'm going to fucking die.
I just did like a whole thing going down the rabbit hole of I just can't read at the moment. I can't do anything that makes sense. Like I can't do anything right at the moment. So frustrating.
Okay, so apparently the pineal gland, it can do something like it can affect melatonin levels. It joins up with calcium, but generally, it's not been proven. It's a conspiracy theory. This has some. I just never want to. I never want to talk about Kristie ever fucking again because I'm so sick of this fucking video on her. But I have to talk about her. And now fucking Firefox is breaking down. Fluoride, water fluoridation, 2015. This is from New South Wales Health. It has improved. So this is dental visits and it has improved. You can pause to read. Since 1977, there have been little spikes up, but it's definitely down by a lot. And the spikes up, I mean, that would be where sugar became like more like hidden in stuff like bread and drinks and stuff like that. Now, what she says. So the point is that it is the volume or the amount of fluoride in something that makes the difference, and there's not enough in it to cause issues at the moment. There's some of the guidelines there. Are there risks of cancer associated with it? Does fluoride lower intelligence? Studies have examined intelligent quotient scores, IQ, in children exposed to significantly higher fluoride levels than those used in Australia, majority in China. A 2012 review of previous studies, Choi Sun et al. 2012, suggested the possibility of an adverse effect on children's neurodevelopment. Studies reported differences in IQ between communities with different levels of fluoride in the water supply. Each study reviewed had major deficiencies that limit the conclusions that can be drawn. Kristie? Most studies were small, measurements of intelligence were sometimes non-standard, and some important other factors that could explain differences in intelligence were not taken into account. Importantly, the low fluoride control group often had exposures comparable to fluoride in drinking water in Australia, and the high fluoride group's exposures up to 10 times higher than that allowed in drinking water in Australia. There is no reason to believe the reported effects would be associated with optimally fluoridated drinking water. So there you go. I think that's I would say, because she directly referenced not being as smart, and I bet that's what she's read. And then, can fluoride affect the pineal gland? There has also been interest in possible effects in the pineal gland in the brain because calcium is sometimes deposited in the pineal gland, and fluoride binds with calcium. There have been investigations into various functions that could be partly governed by the pineal gland and fluoride exposure, e.g. possible associations with early menarche, which is menstruation, and it affects production of melatonin, the pineal gland, and too much fluoride. Studies, for example, variation in age of onset of menarche, have been too simple to draw any conclusions. I mean, there's always been sort of like talking about how girls are coming into puberty a lot earlier these days, and they say that it's got a lot to do with the hormones in our food. I've never heard anyone argue about the water. So yeah, just like anything, Kristie, when you have too much of something, it affects you, but it's at a safe level.
Is what's going to actually support them to be hydrated, which is just not the case, right? Reverse osmosis, dead water, distilled water is dead water. All these waters are acidic and not actually alive. So molecular hydrogen-rich water actually hydrates the body properly so that the body can thrive.
You can't make that statement. There's no basis for that research. The research is minimal. There is research that indicates that it might be more hydrating, but it's not definitive at the moment.
So it helps to nourish and restore the body, right? It also, this one machine is a one-time investment, which is really cool. I was thinking about somebody who's been selling me like shampoos, right? And she literally has to check in with me every month, ask how my hair's going and how my shampoo's going. And I'm like, oh my God, imagine sending these messages every month to people, asking how their supplements are going, asking how their hair's going, right? There's none of that. So this creates an eco-toxic-free sanctuary with over 68 uses of the
Imagine having to message people every month about their product. No, I don't have to imagine that. Because I'm a member of many of the Enagic groups, and they don't DM you, but they send a fuck ton of posts, and there is daily, maybe 3 or 4 a day from Rosetta, from the Break Free movement. Like, you're not sitting there on your high horse looking at lower, oh, we're not like you. I don't have to pester people in my inbox. No, you don't. You just do it on your fucking Facebook page, which is just bullshit. Like, you're not better than them. You're all the same. You're all shitty.
It's great for your pets, it's great for your hair, great for your skin, right? You can literally replace all of the products in your home. And so the ROI on just having one of these machines is over $100,000 US just by you having the machine, okay? Because you can replace all the products in your home. And it's a sustainable, zero waste and non-consumable product that lasts over 20 to 25 years. Now, we have 3 main products that we recommend. So we've got the K8, which I just mentioned, which is the ionizer, and that produces antioxidant-rich water in 5 different pH levels from 2.
Really? I thought you would have been able to do more levels. I thought you would have been able to do it at any level you like. Also, you only have 3 products. They've got an EMF, like sound emitter thing. So they've got 4 products. You don't have 3 main products that you recommend. These are the products. Why wouldn't you just say that?
5%. 3.5, so that's, and then up to 11.5. So it's great for disinfecting, beauty, drinking, and degreasing, and just all of the things. Then we've got the Anespa, which is our in-home spa experience, right? So your skin is your biggest absorber. And when you're showering in chlorine, fluoride, toxic contaminants, this stuff is going into our bloodstream. And so we need to make sure that what we're showering in and bathing in doesn't have this stuff in our water, right? And so, we have a little girl that we've been, that one of my business partners have been supporting. I think she's only like 7 years old, and she's in 7 days, she's been drinking the water and showering the water. And her results in 7 days are life-changing. She had eczema literally all over her face, and most of it is now gone. So this Anespa
You're
remineralizes
not allowed to say that. You can't say that that's what it did. That's a medical claim, and I'm pretty sure that you can't say that. She will, and she does, but she shouldn't. And that's anecdotal evidence. It's one person. That's not proof. That's not proof. Anecdotal evidence is the weakest evidence you can have for anything.
through an active charcoal ceramic filter while removing chlorine and bacteria to protect your family skin. Then we've got the Ukon, which is a chemical-free wild turmeric, which is powerful in antioxidant, antibacterial, and anti-inflammatory properties. Now, we actually had a lady on our call the other day, and again, I can't make any health claims here, so that's not what I'm doing, but she was suffering with a lot of rheumatoid arthritis, etc.
You are making health claims. You just made a fucking health claim. You said that the Anespa got rid of a child's eczema. That's a fucking health claim.
And she got on the call and she was like, I'm having days where I'm pain-free, and that is not, that's just hasn't been my reality for such a long time.
Yep, that could be a placebo effect because you've told her. What have you said in a private conversation with her? That you can fix her pain? I bet you have, and now she believes it because that's what the placebo effect does, and that is absolutely 100% a fucking medical claim.
Okay. So some quick stats on Enagic. Is this a saturated market? No. There's literally only 3 million machines sold worldwide so far. So this company has been around for 50 years. It started in Japan, and then it started going through, some Asian countries, and it's only really been in the last 10 years that it started to get into the Western world. And, lots of people would actually traditionally build this belly to belly, whereas the way that we do it is through online attraction marketing, where people actually come to us. I have never reached out to any of my friends and family being like, hey, do you want to buy my product? Right?
Bullshit. I call bullshit on that. You know why? I think it's bullshit because you got recruited by your partner. Your boyfriend recruited you. Did he reach out to you? Maybe not in a DM. In fact, he tells a story about he got you in the car and said, we're going down to the Enagic office and you're going to buy your K8. Sounds so fucking romantic, right? Yeah, so I don't believe you because everyone that I can see, like there are so many couples in Enagic. There's Kylie and Kyle, there's Lewis and Tony, the Danny, Bissika and Dan. Yeah, there's a lot of couples, so I don't believe you. I believe also that you do get people contacting you because of this bullshit that you do. But guess what? Everybody fucking does that now. Everybody. Every single fucking MLM is on social media. You are not different. You are the same.
We do things in a really professional way where people who are actually interested in creating more income.
She does this in a really professional way where she's swearing, right? Making health claims, talking about how privileged she is. And we are currently looking at a screen with her tabs, and she hasn't got this as a fucking, presentation. So professional. So fucking professional. Oh, Mr. Oshiro. So professional. Remember when she said, I've got the rancer for you instead of answer? Yeah.
Improving their health and wellness, etc., are coming to us, and we teach you how to do this. So the company is an over $1 billion per year company, right? And in 2020 alone, while most companies were pivoting, businesses were closing down, people had to pivot their jobs, people lost their jobs and actually realized that there was no security in jobs. It has 17% alone in 2020. It's expanding in new offices all of the time to keep up with global growth, and people are becoming more hyper aware of taking care of their health and the poor quality of water in many parts of the world. Now, these are some sexy numbers, and I'm going to move on in a second because I don't want to get too stuck here, but what you can see is these are high profit commissions.
Did she just say these are sexy numbers? I don't think people in a professional business would say, these are sexy numbers. Ugh. Yeah, but what you're missing there is how much it costs to buy in on all those. So you're looking at the commission structure, but you're not sharing how much it costs. All right, so chemicals going into the bloodstream Skin penetration means a molecule has passed through the outermost layer, the stratum, corneum, or skin barrier. It may reach the lower levels of epidermis, but it does not reach the bloodstream. When a molecule is absorbed, it passes through the epidermis into the dermis, and it is absorbed into the bloodstream. So it depends. Because I asked, do substances on your skin go into your bloodstream? It says, yes, substances on your skin can enter your bloodstream, but it's not easy. The skin's outer layer, the stratum corneum, acts as a barrier to keep molecules from entering the bloodstream. However, some chemicals can pass through the stratum corneum and enter the bloodstream. Factors that affect absorption. Damaged skin allows chemicals to enter the body more easily. Location, chemicals can enter the body more easily through areas with more hair, like the forearms. Some chemicals, like solvents, can soften the skin's keratin layer and enter the bloodstream. The concentration of the chemical in the skin affects how much is absorbed. How long the skin absorbs the chemical affects how much it is absorbed, and the surface area of the skin that absorbs the chemical affects how much is absorbed. So really, like things like, does your skin absorb cosmetic chemicals? Skin penetration, just small amounts of chemicals can enter the body quickly through glands and follicles. Again, this is like this was her talking about it before. It's not common, and it depends. Like if you were having longer showers, possibly that could be an issue. Little things like that. Okay, let's keep going.
Right? High profit. So we get paid literally $340 to $6,700 per sale. So let's talk about our 100K strategy, all right? Because we want to get money back into your hands as really quickly, all right? So we're just going to break this down. Now, like I said before, with most businesses, it takes 3 to 5 years to profit. In 3 to 5 sales here, you're in profit. So here's what it looks like, right? Most people will get started on what's called the quad, which is essentially 4 products. So you have the Anespa for yourself, right? For your shower, you have the K8 for your in-home use, and then you have another K8 that you can actually loan out to people. And when they actually trial the water for 2 weeks, literally their life will change because the water works really fast to get the body back to.
I don't see why you would need to loan them the K8, because can't you just give them, just give them the alkaline water, give them bottles of water, right? Because they never talk about this, but you can get started on the Ukon, but that doesn't get you, your upline a big bonus when they sign you up. So, yeah, and this does encourage you to sell stuff to yourself and so on. But making 100 grand is based on you selling these 16 grand fucking quads, and that's not easy. Unless you're a shitty person and you don't mind selling a dream. That's not yours, though. And I think that's what those men are doing, those legacy brotherhood wankers.
Optimum level. And so people can start experiencing it right away. And by having that extra machine, you can make an extra 70 to 100K per year just by having a loaner machine, right? It's an extra income stream. And then we've got the Ukon as well, which is a really powerful product and also a really powerful part of how we build our business. So initially, a lot of people choose to actually do this with $0 down finance, right? So you can literally start a business for $0 down. You start on the quad, you put $0 down.
It's a loan, bitch. It's a loan. You still have to pay for it, and it's an expensive loan with a dodgy company, including you can get a loan from the business, and then if you don't qualify, they send you to pink loans, who are suspicious as hell. I've got a TikTok about them. I think it's just disgusting to be pushing somebody to go into debt for this.
Costing you anything, but then you're receiving over $822 back right away. So you're in the green right away. You put $0 down.
I don't know. You know how she said that she likes numbers? I don't think you understand how debt works. You aren't in the green straight away. You still have a debt that you're paying. She's just not very smart, is she? Not smart at all. Because the 16 grand debt, if you get $822, yeah, guess what? That doesn't pay it off. So you still have $15,178 left in the red.
Back. That can then go on your first few repayments, right? Whilst then we're working with you to do your first 5 sales.
She's so smart. Didn't you know? She used the word whilst. I am so paranoid about this being on mute now. I apologize. Yeah, whilst you do that, we teach you how to do the next 5. It's watching one of these bullshit fucking things that she's doing. That's how you get your next 5. And she immediately like kind of contradicted herself by saying, you're in the green immediately, and then you can put that $822 onto your loan, onto your financing. So are you in the green or are you in the red? Because you just described being in the red.
And in your first 5 sales, you're going to receive $19,782 in commission. Okay. Then your next 6 sales, so 11 sales in total, you're going to receive $54,516 in commissions in 11 sales. And then another 7 sales to earn $100,000 in commission. So we help you to make those first 3 to 5 sales. That goes back on your loan. You pay the loan out and you're fully in the green and you haven't touched one bit of your own money. That is what is called a smart way to leverage other people's money in order to create wealth.
Fuck this person. Like, fuck her all the way off. That's what's called being smart, having a smart way. No, it's not. It's fucking not. Okay? You have to sell so many things to do that. And guess what? The market is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And she means you have to scam lots of people. That's what she means, in my opinion. Yeah, that's how you get your $100,000, by scamming people, which again is my opinion. What a despicable person, in my opinion.
That is what the 3% do. Right? How do the wealthy get wealthy? They literally leverage other people's money in order to create money. So
Some
that they
people
always
don't
stay in
do
the
it
green. They
by
understand.
exploiting people so explicitly, you know? Some people have a product that they sell, and it doesn't have to come, like, the profits don't have to come through so many hands to get to you. Some people have ethical business models where they are not exploiting those people who are below us to keep you on top.
And how to leverage money in order to create money. All right, now let's look at the $1 million strategy. So as I mentioned, I've created a 7-figure per year residual income. And at the start, if you want to earn $1 million, right, because I've set solid foundations. I spent my first few years setting solid foundations. It took me 2 years to get to what is called legacy income, all right, which is incredible. And I'll show you that in a moment. But if you want to earn $1 million in your first year, it's literally 3 sales per week in your organization, because this is leverage. This isn't just about your efforts, right? This is smart business where we're leveraging the business, right? It's you plus your organization.
That's your team. That's your team. How many people have you got on your team? And she's describing a pyramid scheme. So if you are making more money from recruiting than your commission, I don't see them talk about recruiting bonuses much, to be honest. They keep them on the DL. Why? Because then it's very evident that they are making most of their money from the team, right? Yes, they get priced out of sales because of the 8 points. They only have 8 points of sales, and then they get priced out of it. And that would be like, why would you keep on going if you lost getting commission from somebody? Well, that's easy. You keep going because you get a team bonus, and that person is worth to you more as a team bonus than in that 8-point pie. I think I might finally be understanding the Enagic compensation plan, because we know, Tish, I know good at compensation plans. I know good at them. Me dumb at them. Yeah, but I'm smart at everything else. Not really, but I'll just pretend I'm gonna be humble like Kristie. She's my mentor model. Like, I just want to be like her. I have the hat. I've got the hat. It's not in reach at the moment, and it's too heavy to sit on my head. So I just imagine it. Bring, ping. I wonder if I can put it on my head just like through after, in post-production. Ting. Okay. Anyway, I think that's it.
$500,000 in your first year is 1.5 sales per week. So in $250,000, it's 0.7 sales per week. Okay? Are you getting these numbers? Now let's look at the thing that changed my life forever. This is the pathway to legacy wealth, right? On your way to creating legacy wealth, you're also going to earn like millions of dollars. I have millions of dollars on my way to legacy wealth, right? So most people see this and they're like, oh my God, this is amazing, right? But it's like, yeah, and the journey to get there is really incredible. So the founder of this company, he has a philosophy, he's a Japanese man, and he has a philosophy of creating true health and wealth globally. Right, where he's putting the wealth back into everyday people's hands, not paying it to big marketing companies and advertising and all of that, but actually creating a model for the people to win, okay, so that everyday people can win. So he created this
everyday
structure
people,
where,
you say? Everyday people? How many? How many people? Because, that's 47 people? 150, hang on, 47 plus 88. 135 people from 30,000 people. He's putting the money back into regular people's hands. 135 people out of 30,000. Yeah, so being generous to this many people. Oh my God, take the Nobel Peace Prize, please. Please take it.
At this certain point of this company called 682-3, you're earning a minimum of $5,000 US per month for life, right? On top of everything else. This is just a legacy bonus. This is like you built the foundations, now you've got this legacy bonus and you can pass this on to your children, all right? Now, when I say minimum, when my mentor was at 682-4, which you can see here is $10,000 US monthly bonus for life, I thought that was what he was earning on that position. But he was actually earning $49,000 US each month or more on that position. And we actually end up teaching you how to have 3 positions. So you are maximizing your legacy wealth.
You don't teach them how to have 3 positions. The company allows it. So most other companies, you are only allowed to have 1 position, but it's common practice that people will have a ghost account, which they can earn money on, and they can, place under like it's usually under their like partner's name or whatever. And some companies don't do that, and they actively sort of like make sure that people aren't using the same credit card and so on and so forth. But Enagic out in the open allows you to have multiple positions. Now, why would they do that? Because it seems to be that like they would lose a lot of money for this, right? Like that. Why would they put themselves in a position where like they have to pay out more money? Like that seems like why would you allow people to have multiple accounts? Because these people here, they have multiple accounts in legacy, and so they're getting, more than that $5,000 a month, right? It's because it's incentive for these people to continue recruiting, as is the 8 losing your commissions once it's 8 rungs deep, or eight pies or whatever. And so that they keep recruiting, keep getting more people in there, because that's where most of the money comes from. It comes from the bottom. People who sort of like come in, invest, and then go, because that's what they're depending on, basically. That initial 16 grand is really what they're after, and the number on the team, because no one ever deranks and no one ever gets kicked off a team. You can actively stop selling, I don't know what the situation is am I going to have to just cut my losses? Sorry, look at the H. It is munted. It is not good. Yeah, so all of this is just really for the 2% or whatever, less than 1%, okay, so that they continue doing this bullshit.
Goes up to 682-8, which just on that 1 position is $80,000 US monthly for life. That changed the trajectory of my life forever. As soon as I saw that, I was like, I'm in. Everything else that I've ever done is out the window. I'm no longer searching, and this is it. Let's go. So sometimes people will ask, like, oh, is this an MLM structure, etc. I'm like, well, this is actually an affiliate direct sales.
Wrong. This is an MLM. Kristie, do you get paid on different levels? Yeah, it's a multi-level marketing. Okay. There are different things like that make you different from other companies, like they're not losing ranks. No quota, no monthly quota is a big difference. And high ticket, there are other expensive ones, like Awakened was a really high ticket one to buy in anyway. So is Make Wellness from like, now that I think of it. What else? Yeah, there are other companies that have Willable. I'm pretty sure. What was the one I was thinking of? I think Arbonne does. I know Mary Kay does. You're not the only ones that do that. Recruiting, attracting. That's still recruiting. Fuck all the way up. That's what this is. You're recruiting. Oh my God. How ridiculous. Just absolutely. What a lie. That's a lie. And you do have membership for your training thing. Recruiting, attracting, licensing fee, and minimums. I don't really understand what that means, because I don't know many companies that have a different thing. Like they have like a monthly, like fee that probably covers licensing and that. But yeah, I understand that you don't have to join. But that's what I think makes it really dodgy, is that as soon as you buy one of these machines, they enroll you. So it's like all of those things that we talk about, whereas like, the customer the distributor is a customer. Literally here. Okay, you don't really have an outside market, so there's no leg to stand on there as far as like not being a pyramid scheme, in my opinion. Let's hear her make this up.
Right? And it's really revolutionizing the direct sales industry because it is not like any other company.
How is a
or,
50-year-old company revolutionizing the MLM space? Like, that's just not happening. Okay, no one else is doing this and has not been doing this because clearly this is not the best model. Otherwise, everybody would be doing it this way. It's the best model for the people at the top, that's for sure. But for everybody else, nope.
Out there, right? So in the traditional world of, say, MLM or network marketing, you've got monthly quotas. Here, you've got no quotas. Usually, you lose your rank if you don't perform. Here, you never lose your rank. Usually, it's like a $20 to $150 commission. Here, it's $340 to $6,400 per sale. Usually, it's like membership fees, etc., and here it's a one-time investment. Usually, it's low ticket, and here, where it's the only company in the entire direct sales industry that is higher ticket. There's no legacy income in most models, and here it's limitless, willable legacy income to create true generational wealth, right? And that is so deep because it's not just about like we're becoming the first millionaires of our families, right? But we're literally changing our entire line in our generation around abundance and money and possibilities. Whereas so many of us, and drop me a yes into the chat box if you came from maybe a family where or an upbringing where there wasn't this really healthy relationship around money and growing wealth.
Yeah. I don't think the way that she talks about and uses money is going to help her children, because this is based on a scam, and they're going to be teaching their children to do risky things with their money because, well, you have to have fun. You got to spend your money, right? And also, and this is something Erin brings up, that willable, because who was talking about it the other day? Oh, I think Modere allows you, because there was somebody who passed away, in a top leader, and it was their sister that passed away, and then the kid inherited the business, and they're like 18 and like a top leader already. Top leader, you know what I mean? But you need to be also educating them, like, do they have to pay taxes on it, those sorts of things. I don't think Kristie would care about that because she's so anti-government. She's so out there, and she's just such a unique little snowflake. Yeah, I don't think that you have a healthy relationship with money because you're so selfish and you will do anything to get it. You don't care where it comes from. And I think that's a really toxic way to teach money skills to your children.
And most of the time it's about recruiting, whereas here it's about attracting. So we basically have a way that we do this where people come to us, and we also leverage automated sales and systems in order to help us with all of the heavy back-end stuff, right? So we don't have to set up our own funnels or our own emails or even do our own like sales calls, right? We have an entire team and platform that can actually support
Which
you.
costs money. So you just said there's no monthly fee, but there is. And no one ever in this Australian team has ever explained how they get a commission on a sale that someone else made. How does that fucking work? How does that work? Somebody who went from Prove It to Enagic, they were talking about how, I think they might be in the break free movement. They were talking about how they do have a sales team, but she still likes to do her own sales calls. Why would you bother? But also, like, maybe she doesn't want to pay it. But yeah, like, this is a sales position. Sales. How does somebody else do the sale and you get commission? And what she's talking about leveraging, that's just like code word. Leveraging means like using other people. But also it's Facebook ads. That's it. That's all they have. Facebook ads. That's all they have. That's the only technique. All right. And doing bullshit things like this constantly. Oh my God, it's a new week. Like the break free movement fucking thing has something new every Thursday that they're pretending is like the new way to do things, and this. And it's the same fucking thing every time. I've been watching the same fucking spiel for nearly 2 years. These people haven't changed their tune in 2 years. They are running out of people to scam in Australia, in my opinion. Some of the biggest, they have stiff competition in India. Some Eastern Asian countries are doing very well, especially because they will sign people up in Australia. So look, they're not the top of the top, but I think that, they're going to hit the wall really soon because of how many, like, they've just cracked into this, like, ridiculous alpha male brotherhood, legacy brotherhood, alpha female. Fuck you, legacy brotherhood wankers. Anyway, let's keep going. Oh my God, we got 20 minutes left. Woo!
And so literally how this works is people, we teach you step by step how to set up your social media. People will come to you. So for example, they can do organic strategies or Instagram ads or Facebook ads. Even again, just thinking of investor mindset. Would you invest $7 in a Facebook ad in order to receive $4,500 in commission? Yes, it's a no-brainer, right? And so this is what's available. We've got 2 billion people.
Yeah, and when you have thousands of people a couple of thousand people in your downline, all doing Facebook ads that are basically the same, what's the ROI then? What's the ROI today? I'm sure it's different from a couple of years ago, Kristie.
On the internet, and so you can have an ad out there that's speaking to a certain group of people, and they're coming to you for more information. Then they come through and watch a free masterclass that adds value to their life and shares about this incredible product and business model.
I don't know how many masterclasses I've watched. This is an opportunity call, not a masterclass. I don't learn anything. My life has like a life improving or something. She said that sort of phrase. No. How the fuck does even just a general person watching this once? What the fuck? These guys, like, fucking ridiculous.
And then they jump on a call and they invest into their own products for themselves. So literally you're investing into your own products that's going to improve your health and wellness and your quality of life, and you receive a free business.
It's not free now, Kristie. That is lying by omission, in my opinion. We are 1 hour and 12 minutes in. She has been talking about money because remember how she likes numbers? She likes numbers. And she still has not told them the price. Why would you be, what? It's just weird. Like, why wouldn't you be upfront with that? Because, that would be a pretty important part of this. How much is it? How much is the investment? Because you keep talking about the investment. How much is it? That's a really important part of this. Because even if you're paying just for the K8, $6,000 for a free business, when you open a cafe for $3,500, yeah, the math's not math in there, girly.
That is what is mind-blowing, right? You're not just purchasing a business and then you've got to do all of those other things. You're simply investing in your own health and wellness products that then activates a free business. You can't get there anywhere. Like, where can you get a free business that can create a legacy income that's literally going to shift all of the
Also,
generations
it's not you don't own that business. It's not yours. You are signing up with Enagic. I don't know what it is in Australia, but you're a contractor, okay? A 1099 employee in America. You don't own that business. If you get in trouble with compliance, you can find yourself terminated. You don't get to decide on the price of things. You don't get to decide on like if they're going to have a new product or introduce new compensation plan or anything like that. This is not your business. You are a contractor.
your lineage. You can't do that anywhere, okay? And so what I want to do now is actually share a couple of next steps with you guys, all right? As I mentioned, we had so many people wanting to get on this freedom party tonight. We weren't able to have everybody on here, so we've kind of honored a replay that we'll give people for the next 24 hours. But for you guys on with us live, you get to take fast action here. And so we recently ran a masterclass called The Paradigm Shift. It was absolutely incredible. It was mind-blowing, but we have stopped the replay. We only had it up for a certain amount of time.
If you would like to watch it, I got those and I have already reacted to them. They're on my channel. They were not amazing. They were a pile of shit. They were a pile of manipulation and toxic positivity. In the third one that Kristie did, there was a whole lot of emotional manipulation, parent shaming, and yeah, just a whole lot of really unpleasantness. Lying by omission, in my opinion. Yeah, it wasn't good, Kristie. It wasn't. But if anyone wants to see them, they're available. Just saying. Same with this one.
And we honoured that time for the people that actually showed up and committed to watch that. And we have now brought that down and we decided to do a freedom party for people who might not have seen the Paradigm Shift. As part of the Paradigm Shift, we opened up 20 spots to a mentorship with myself and Joe and a couple of our other incredible business partners who are going to be sharing with you over 6 weeks how to basically do your first $18,000 in commission. And we're going to be supporting you to lock in those first 5 sales. Now, personally, if people mentor with me, say they do a VIP day with me, it's over $5,000 investment, right, to do a day with me.
That is literally the biggest waste of money ever. She will claim, oh, people made so much money from my mentorship. Yeah, because you're teaching them how to scam. That's what you're doing, in my opinion. So it's not really mentorship, it's the scam in action, in my opinion. Sorry, everybody. I've received one cease and desist, aka in Australia it's called a concern notice. How you going, Kylie? The target isn't you at the moment, although I want to try and find something where she's talking about she's all on this menstruation gig, you know, and she's never been that woo-woo. I don't know any country girl who would talk about their menstruation like that. It's just not a thing that usually happens with those sorts of girls, you know. So I think it's like a Kelsey Ray type angle that she's going on. Yeah, so this is hilarious that she values her time so much. Again, it's that arrogance of being at the top of an compensation plan. She thinks that she is the shit, but she ain't the fart. Oh, sorry, we don't really like Ice Spice at the moment, do we? She's fat phobic and colorist as well, so do better, Ice Spice. And apparently she stole her aesthetic from somebody else, and I can't remember who it was. But somebody with darker skin. Anyway, don't spend money on Kristie. What different things is she going to tell you on a day with her? Nothing. She's going to love bomb you. That's it. She's going to get you to, write down your goals and go and get a massage and, like it just be days of love bombing. I bet. A day of love bombing. Gross.
You are getting 6 weeks with me. 6 weeks for free. Okay. All you need to do is simply purchase your own products, partner with us in business, and you're receiving this mentorship for free. Okay. I will be showing up for you over those 6 weeks. So you have a direct line of access to ask me any questions through the 6 weeks, and you also get a weekly call. All right. So what I'm going to do is in the paradigm shift, we decided to offer 20 spots, and literally within about 24 to 48 hours, those 20 were gone. And so we decided to offer 10 final more spots, and another 24 hours went by, and those 10 were gone. And we're like, oh my God, people are like so needing this change right
so
now.
It just
this is wild.
proves
This is crazy.
that you can have as many spots as you like. Like, this is a pile of shit. As if you couldn't have unlimited spots, and it's just FOMO. I better sign up. Puts pressure on when you're talking to your partner. Oh, honey, I need to do this because they're going to run out of spots. Bullshit. They won't run out of spots. Like, bullshit. Don't buy this shit. And also, don't buy Enagic. It's a waste of money. P.S. I've nearly finished Fuck Trump. I'm in the middle of, obviously painting watercolory, but I don't love it at the moment, but we'll see.
What we decided to do is we were like, you know what, let's do one last finale party of this. And what we're going to do is we are going to open up 10 final spots for people who join the Freedom Party, right? This wasn't meant to be a replay or anything like that. We're going to give people 24 hours to watch it though, but we are only going to be giving 10 spots to this mentorship. That is it, right? Because we need to be able to have intimate time with you guys to be able to work out your own personalized strategies, etc. And we start
to love bomb you, indoctrinate you, to convince you that if you fail, it's okay, just keep on keeping on.
On Tuesday, 1 week from today. You're going to go into a very powerful, life-changing mentorship, right? Now, if you were to go and invest into a mentorship like this, where you're going to learn digital marketing strategies, social media strategies, you're going to learn from 6- and 7-figure mentors, you would literally be investing a minimum of around $10,000. You're receiving this for free. So the next step is that we are going to put an application link. Joe, if you would like to put that into the chat box, and I'm going to bring Joe back out in a moment, but we're going to put an application link into the chat box. This application form is for those that are serious, those that are coachable, willing, and hungry, right? Those that are ready to be part of the 3%. Those
coachable
that
means you'll do everything I tell you to do, including ignoring your partner who doesn't want you to buy into this because they can see straight through it. They can see it's a scam, in my opinion. Yeah, that's what coachable means.
Urgency on their freedom. And so Joe's going to come out. We're going to share a little bit about the ROI and about the investment, etc. as well, because we want to make sure that those who get on a call are actually serious about this. We do not want any time wasters, okay? And so part of the application form is that you're going to commit to getting on a call in the next 24 to 48 hours with us about partnering with us, okay? So Joe's going to pop that link in. Please make sure you go on and apply right away. And Joe
She still hasn't. She said all this without telling you the price of the fucking thing. Like, that is, I mean, maybe some people know, but that's it's deceiving. Oh, this is going to be worth, this is worth over $10,000. Yeah, well, you're probably going to get that from commission, motherfuckers, you know?
Chat about, because Joe has come from low ticket before, and she's going to share just a little bit about her journey in terms of low ticket and transitioning to high ticket and what that's meant from a return on investment. If you want to talk about some of the numbers and how this is really just only 5% of starting a normal business, that would also be amazing.
Joe, if she came from low ticket, I'm going to guess she came with a fucking team. That's why people who come from low ticket succeed in high ticket, because they are able to convince the team that they brought with them to pay for this bullshit. So even though they might not be on legacy income yet, they're still earning a lot of money. And Kylie also came from another MLM. Like, that's what gets people started right in multi-level marketing. And Kristie said she did too. So they all dragged people with them. And that's what is not, they're not saying that. And I consider that to be lying by omission.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness, everyone. What a fun freedom party. I've dropped the link to apply for a freedom mentorship call. I've dropped it about 3 or 4 times. If this is something that you want to do, you're going to have to be fast, but really listen to what we're talking about now, because maybe this isn't for you. Okay. Like, I really, as Kristie said, we really want to pour our energy into those of you who are really, really ready for all of.
Oh, maybe this isn't for you. Reverse psychology. Maybe you're not serious. You have to be serious to do this. Oh, I'm serious. I'm serious. Please take me seriously. Even though that professional person, she just did an entire presentation with her tabs showing, and we just looked at a blank screen for about a minute. Yeah, I'm going to miss out on mentorship from these people. Oh no, whatever shall I do?
The freedoms. So as Kristie shared, I've been in network marketing. I've been in online marketing for 9 years.
9 years. That means she had a team. Definitely had a good team. So yeah, of course she's doing well in this because she brought people with her. So her experience is not going to be everyone's experience. Like, it's ridiculous. If I can do it, you can do it. No, wrong. Wrong. And your income disclosure also says that.
It's going to be totally honest. When Kristie shared that example before of, I had a team of 7,000 people. I've made millions online, and I've helped
7,000. These fucking people. These fucking people. Like, that's not common. Having 7,000 people on your team is not common. That's ridiculous. Yeah, it's not common. It's just not as common. Like, this is not being honest with you. This is being selective with what, having a selective story, and it's very, very disingenuous,
thousands of people to make money, whether that was 1,000 a week, 100,000 a year, all of the things. But I was sick of low ticket. I was sick of the hustle. I was sick of the deranking, all of that stuff. I was sick of people joining me and me having to show them, if you have a team of 7,000 like I did, I'm not complaining. I'm so grateful. But the most I was earning, I was only earning over 20,000 a month if there was bonuses and all kinds of stuff, right? Like, it wasn't reliable. And here, we said that we would pull back the curtain today, so that's what we're going to do.
Of course. Here it's different because of the not deranking and so on. But who else is going to bring 7,000? Well, I'm sure not all of them came over, but who else is going to bring that? Not many people.
I just made 100,000 here in my first 4 months with 38 people in my business, you guys. I'm just going to say that again because I still can't believe it. I just earned 100,000 here in 4 months. Income disclaimer. Obviously, I did the work, but I followed the systems. I plugged into the platform that Kristie just showed you. I leveraged sales calls in the sales team, and I had a goal. And yes, of course, did I listen to myself saying that every morning in my freedom script in the shower? 100% yes. 38 people in my business. And I also want to say this to you. So often when we're looking at a business like this, we think about the cost. Like, yeah, it's a few $1,000s to get started here, whatever we start on, right? Like, let's just call it out.
This is literally the first time you're calling it out. Literally. So people, I've only just worked that out, and they're like, oh, fuck, a couple of thousand to get invested or whatever. It's just that, like, it sounds so easy, right? Sounds so easy. But is it really that easy?
What? It's 16,000 Australian dollars. If you're in the US, because I know a lot of you are, it's between 13 and 14,000 US. Now, I know, I get it. You look at that and you're like, I can't do that. But what if you don't? Like, what is the cost to your life going to be if you don't get resourceful? And let us help you using financing partners that we partner with to actually go and help you to get resourceful. And Kristie's going to talk about what that looks like in terms of actually $0 down. But before she does, I just have to tell you this because I only realized that a month or so ago. I was on a phone call with somebody in my team who had been in low ticket network marketing for 4 years. And She has just made in her first 2 sales here a total of just under $5,000. And she hadn't realized until I told her this. Actually, it was on a group call the other day. $5,000. 2 people helping them get started in this business with her. And then I said to her, how much let's add up how much you spent on products every month in that low ticket network marketing company over 4 years. You guys, I'm going to do it right now. Just so you know.
Oh, are we doing a profit and loss statement? Is that what we're doing? Because that's wise. People should do that. I just like, that's good. I hope people are doing a profit and loss statement, because really, I would like to see if they are, like, how much money they're putting out there. I think that the hardest part about all of this is the selling of the business, and it's going to get to saturation point. So, yep, there's people making money off this at the moment.
About 250. About 250 a month. 250 times 12 times 4 years. Oh, $12,000. And she didn't have a business that was going to pay her for the rest of her life. Sorry, I'm very passionate about the numbers.
Everybody's passionate about numbers because you're obsessed with making your bank account bigger at any cost.
Love it. Thank you so much, Joe. That was amazing. So, this is the thing, guys. Like, I was talking to my my nanny today, who's soon not going to be my nanny because she's thriving in this business, and we were just talking about, like, she's like, oh, I wish I did this years ago. Like, she's been my nanny for years. She's seen our journey for years, and it was like these limitations that I shared today.
I don't have to sell my business to friends and family that are around me. Does everybody remember when she said that? Why is your doula in your downline? Why is your nanny going to be in the downline? Why is the person who owns the farm school in your downline? Kind of sounds like you do ask your friends and family to be in this. They're so full of shit.
On the Freedom Party was what was keeping her stuck, and she's like, I so wish that I didn't do that. She's like, but you know what? I'm not focusing on the past, I'm focusing on my future, and her future is rapidly shifting before her eyes. Like, she's like, I can't even comprehend what is actually happening right now in my life. My life is expanding in so many ways right before my eyes. And as I mentioned, you can literally start a business here with $0 down. $0 down. You receive $822 back right away. We help you then in your first 6 weeks, which we've helped a lot of people do this in 4 to 6 weeks, is over $18,000 in commission. You're not only going to be then able to pay your loan out if you want to straight away and be in the green and not actually exchange any of your own money, right? But you're also going to be in profit. You're going to be thousands of dollars in profit. And then you're in profit, right? Like, I worked out even just a few years ago what my ROI was. And at that time, like, this was like 4 or 5 years ago, at that time it was like a 40,000% return on investment. Like, this is what I mean by thinking in ROI. When I started this, I wasn't thinking, what is this going to cost me? Or can I pay my repayments? Thinking, what is my return on investment? What's this going to give me? What is this going to mean for my life, for my family, for my dreams, for my vision, for my why, for my freedom, for my time? That's what I focus on. That's why I have the results. Is there anything else that you wanted to share there, Joe? Before we wrap up?
Love that. Because we have conversations with people all the day. Sorry, so I don't normally do calls at night. My brain's switching off. Because we do calls with amazing people and talk about this stuff all day, every day. Like, I just, it took me a minute to get this, guys. Like, I've only been here 5 months in this business model, but 9 years in the industry that we're part of. And I didn't get myself, I used financing to start. I remember I heard the amount from Kristie on a Zoom, and I tried to keep that, that face where you try not to let the other person see that you're like, just like, vomit in your mouth, because I can't do that. So, like, if that's what you're thinking right now, because I just said the numbers, like, that's why I said the numbers, because we don't, like,
yeah, you could have said the numbers. Like, why did you say it at 1 hour 24 minutes in of a 1 hour 30? Like, that doesn't seem very ethical. And again, you have a team. You brought a team. You have people that you can directly sell to. So it's not the same. And you don't care who buys into this. You don't care if they've got no money. I've seen these people talk about on pink loans. They will give you a loan if you're on Centrelink, which is our unemployment benefits. They will take advantage of people on unemployment benefits. Disgusting. And I have personally heard from somebody who was in debt, and they got out and they paid the debt back, and they just thought they were lucky just to get out and pay that back. Have a look on Facebook Marketplace to see how many Kangen water filters you can buy there. You don't need to if you want alkaline water, you can get it. If that's what this is about, you can get it elsewhere. You do not need to join a pyramid scheme, in my opinion, to do that. And if this were true, because, the hype is real. I'm sure she did make money, all right? That's why she's a good person to be on here, because we know that some people inflate it, and even that's what Kristie said she did. I just pretended I was successful. It's all a fucking grift, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's not $5, it's not $200, but we have a system and it works, and we're going to help you get resourceful. And that $881 that you're going to get back within a few days, you're going to put that to the side, and then it's going to be your repayments for your first at least 3 months on that finance. Like, you don't need to sit there and think, but Joe, what if I can't make the repayments? What if you can? What if you can?
Amazing. Thanks, Joe. So, Crystal, I've heard you mention loan and paying it off. And I think, is it to move forward with this where would I get a loan? And is it for me this? Okay, I'm not. Or will I not be able to move forward if I cannot get a loan? Okay, so we actually have options as well if you can't get a loan. So even if you get declined, we have our first option, which is the finance, which we'll talk you through on the call. But even if you do get declined, we actually have ways. So I was one of those people that couldn't get the finance because I was in such a bad place with my credit rating. So I did the backup option. So we'll talk you through that if you.
That's the pink loans option. I can't believe how fucking blatant suspicious they are. Like, fucking hell, these guys. Like, so if you do not qualify for a loan, and what are the reasons you might not qualify for a loan? Bad credit. That's mainly it in Australia. We don't have a number credit rating like America does, and you can do credit checks with like various places. So if you've got bad credit, it could be bills, it could be, loans that you haven't paid out, etc. You might have been bankrupt. What do you think that says about that person? They're bad with money? Yeah? Because that'd be me, right? I wouldn't qualify for one of these loans. To the fact that they have a backup for that it's just disgusting. It's so exploitative. They are disgusting that they would, because somebody who is in a bad financial situation with bad credit is probably not doing that well with money, but they don't care. Oh yeah, we'll get you through. So unethical.
You were to get declined. All right, so there is actually ways to do that, and there's also ways to get resourceful. This is part of the journey in life, right? So many people make decisions based on what's in their bank account right now versus my future, making decisions that are aligned to my future. It's like there's a reason why there's $0 in your bank account, right? Because your behavior and your
Oh, for fuck's sake. Maybe you've got nothing in your bank account now, but think of the future. Yeah, you know what? I can't buy fucking groceries. I can't pay my rent with imaginary money in the future. She's just like, and I don't, even when she talks about like her past and being broken, stuff like that. Meanwhile, she was still, selling Enagic and getting blenders from China. Like she still sounds like she was hustling. And you can't do any of the things that she was doing without money. You need money to do all of the things that she was talking about. So I don't trust what she says about things. I don't trust it one bit. And that's just my perception. But she doesn't understand real poverty. Like where you have worked out to the dollar where your money needs to go for that fortnight. And I have been on that sort of budget when I was on unemployment benefits. And, I don't have to do it as much now. And thank God for Afterpay. I love Afterpay so much. Yeah, and she has no perception what average people go through every day. She just thinks that everybody can get by. They can find the money if they need it. Yeah, maybe they could find 16 grand if it was for like I don't know, an emergency operation or something like that. Yeah, but for a water filter, no fucking way.
actions and your decisions that you've made up until this point have led to that situation. So that's what we've got to start to shift. We've got to start to have a model that can actually get you to where you want to go. And sometimes it's not actually even a money issue. It's simply just an income stream issue, right? Mm-hmm. So from here, again, we're just going to recap. Joe and I and a few others that are a part of our incredible collaborative space have opened up a few calls to do in the next 24 to 48 hours, right? If you're on this call and you know that you get to be part of that mentorship of one of those final 10 spots and your time is now to create true freedom in your life, right? Apply. You need to apply. You need to let us know why we should accept you into this mentorship, right? We are then going to be in contact with you over the next, probably tomorrow morning, because it's quite late now. So tomorrow morning, we will be contacting you to share with you if we would like to get on a call with you. All right. This is for serious people only. This is not for people that are going to waste time or be full of excuses or any of that. This is for resourceful people that are truly ready to be in the 3%. So we invite you to apply, right? And we are so excited for the 10 of you that we get to partner with and mentor into this incredible mentorship, because this is actually my last mentorship of the year, right? There's all sorts of mentorships that happen every now and then, but personally, this is my last mentorship of the year, because also I'm going traveling with my family for a few months from August to October, right? And this is what you get to do as part of this business.
I didn't see that she was traveling in August to October. She didn't have any pictures of like the family traveling. They went to, they went to the, maybe that was in July. Yeah, I think that was in July, end of July. And they came back, and she did have some sort of thing. I think they went to, not Bali, Fiji. I think they went to one of the Pacific Islands. I didn't see that they were traveling though, not as a family. They had retreats in Byron, but yeah, that's what you get to do. You can just do traveling, and I can just say that, and it doesn't matter if I don't actually do the things, because she talked about one time about like, oh, I had to cancel something, and I just let my first class ticket lapse, and it didn't matter. I was like, why don't you give it to somebody? Fuck's sake, like just gonna let the seat go empty anyway.
This has a true exit strategy. Doesn't mean I'm exiting the building forever, but I'm taking a few months to go and travel, right? Because that's what you get to do when you create a life of freedom. And so you get to partner with us now. The time is now to receive this level of mentorship. All right, guys, we were meant to be on here for 60 minutes for this party, but we've had so much fun that it ended up being 90 minutes. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here with you guys tonight and to share with you how you can truly unlock a life of limitless possibilities, limitless abundance, and true freedom. We would love for you to share into the chat box. What did you love about tonight? What was it that landed for you? What was it that shifted for you? Let us know. I always love to know what everybody's favorite moments were of this incredible masterclass. So Ella, thank you so much. Both of you, thank you for showing us the way and for showing us it's possible. You're so welcome, Ella. Anita, ladies are amazing. All of it. Finally, I've said yes. Thank you, powerful. This was worth every minute. Thank you, Joe and Kristie. Thank you for your time and energy. No more limiting myself. Thank you. That was amazing. The energy and excitement, the freedom scripts, the mindset shifts. Receive. The future is incredible. Make your freedom an urgency. Yes. Thank you for sharing it. Every moment was fun. Oh, I'm so glad you guys had some fun with us tonight. How am I going to become the 3%? That's my takeaway. Yes. Thank you. This has been amazing. A great time spent. Thank you for your time and experience. Thank you. Love the energy and inspiration. Yay. I'm so glad. So glad. All right, guys, we're going to wrap it up there. Have an incredible evening. I hope you guys can actually sleep. Let all of that land. Get dreaming. Do your freedom script. And we are so excited to chat with some of you over the next 24 to 48 hours and to support you in the mentorship. Lots of love, and see you soon.
Hey, I've got one last thing that we haven't done.
Oh, it's okay. We changed. We're pivoted.
Perfect.
All right.
Bye now.
The freedom party.
Bye
Let's go. Oh, the giveaway. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. I thought that was
giveaway.
Oh my god.
I've got a winner.
Okay, Joe, go for it.
Are we ready?
Yes.
This person played full out the whole time. Like, you all played so full out. Honestly, if we could give you all cash, we would. But there's one cash prize, and tonight it's going to Erin Bartlett.
Erin Bartlett, amazing.
I hope I've got your surname correctly. Erin, I just checked with her full name. Erin Bartlett, there you go. Erin, how exciting. Money.
Is Erin on with us right now?
She's right here.
Erin Bartlett. Can you unmute Erin? Where are you, Erin? Hello. Congratulations, Erin.
Yay! Thank you so much, ladies, for having me.
You're welcome. Who invited you into the group, lovely lady?
Joe did, I think.
Oh, Joe, perfect.
Send Joe a message the other. Yeah.
Send Joe a message.
I did, Erin. Hi, beautiful.
Amazing. So
Thanks, lovely.
send Joe a message and we'll get it transferred over to you.
I love you guys. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Awesome, Erin. Congratulations on playing full out, and congratulations to everyone else who has played.
I love you guys. Is this someone they knew? Seems like it. Hey. That's a bit suspicious.
Full out and join us.
Yes.
Live.
And here's the link one last time to apply for that freedom mentorship. Everybody.
So fucking fun. Just the fucking funnest. My God. I'm like unpicking all of the alpha female because I didn't like it. I'm going to start over. Okay. What are we going to take away from that? Kristie is probably one of the lowest of the low people in network marketing. She's not very smart. She thinks she is the best at everything. She's the best mentor, the best business person. She's the best at figures. She's the best marketer, all of that. And she's not. She's terrible. It's embarrassing, like if that's your best, you might want to get a bit more out of it. And that's a normal thing for MLMs, I've noticed, in that they think that, everything they do is the absolute best because they've made it to the top. And that's the big takeaway. Like the people with the most money are the best at the business. Wrong. That they are ruthless. They don't have morals. They don't care where the money comes from. And yeah, they're just basically, they suck. And they're some of the worst humans around at the moment. Just feasting on human misery and calling it a fucking party. Woo! Woo! Girls' night. Every single fucking thing that we see them. Everybody's dancing. Everybody's just having the best time. It's not realistic. It's not realistic. And all this girl power shit from Kristie Trump lover, ex-ord. That's all I'm gonna call her now. Kristie ex-ord loves Trump. She is going to be mentioned in cahoots with him because he's a scumbag, rapist, serial sexual assaulter, corrupt as all fuck. And they say he's anti-establishment, blah, 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 blah. Nope. He's a Republican. They're the Republican Party. That's one thing that I have learnt from all of this post election postmortems, that he is the Republican Party and the Republican Party is him. And it allows Republicans an out if you don't consider them the same. So if you say that Republicans, like MAGA, they ruined the Republican Party, and then, like once the country has been destroyed and all these Republicans come back and say, oh, I had to do it, it was just because I wouldn't have been able to continue. Nope, you knew what you were doing. You voted with him. You know what you're doing. You know what he is. He tells you what he is. You're as bad as he is for signing off on every shitty thing that he did. And that's Kristie as well. So fuck Kristie, fuck the Freedom Era, fuck them all. Should I put that in my thumbnail? Maybe, like censored. Okay, I'm gonna go. Thanks. It's a long video. Thank you if you watched it all. If you watched it all, put a is there a sewing needle? Sewing needle? Is there a sewing needle in the emojis? I think there is. I think there is a sewing needle in the emojis. The embroidery's finished. Okay, bye.